You didn't have to end your conversation back.
It's okay. We have like 1 minute. I left my reading glasses.
Okay.
I just went to get to. You want me to go grab them for you?
We don't remember that. Yeah. A chance to see something. Wait, we don't want to do that. I have to say, from the video perspective, it looks like a very fancy arrangement we have here.
Good, let's welcome.
I am moving desk, or maybe less so this evening. Plug in.
No, it looks fancy from here too.
Does it? Oh, good. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it. You're helping me be half full.
Wish I was there. The popcorn here is not nearly as good.
Meet you with the popcorn. Sound like my wife.
Well, I think to get started, we don't necessarily need this military. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call to order the work session for the Frisco Town Council. Joining us in chambers today, Councilmember Blanco, Councilmember Held, and online we have Councilmember Ellison and Councilmember Inkin. Burley also joining us a little bit later this afternoon. First up, for the work session, this is item number 1. This is the proposed legislative policy statement.
Good afternoon. Can everyone online hear me okay? Yep, I got a thumbs up from Andrew. Okay.
Yes.
So good afternoon, council. We are just going to begin by talking about the legislative policy statement. Excuse me. So staff and also council members, as we're a part of the subcommittee to work on this document, worked really hard. We've met 4 times this year, and in order to just continue to go through round after round of drafting this document. And so Leslie Edwards is here. She's going to kick us off by actually talking about just a little bit of how we got today with this document. And then I will take it from there. We'll actually break down, the different categories and how we organize the document. And then we, of course, would like your feedback today, if you have any, about how we can, improve or amend this document moving forward, ideally before the legislative session opens in January of 2024.
So good afternoon. Just to provide a little background on this, so we had previously presented to you a very rough draft and to explain the idea of having such a legislative policy statement. So if any other local governments have such a document, the level of detail that they go into definitely can vary. And so that was presented to you with the idea that there are times that we all are at perhaps professional organizations, other meetings, perhaps the presence of the legislative delegation, asking what the town's position is on certain policy items. And so that can be sometimes formal in the idea of taking a vote, sometimes just informal conversation, but good to have a unified understanding of where the town council stands when representing the town. And also for staff, I participated in the CML policy board last session, and it certainly is helpful to have such a document where we can thoughtfully vote on behalf of the town of Frisco. So I think, this really is something that would be a best practice for the town of Frisco, especially as we, move forward. We certainly have been successful in engaging certain members of the legislation over the past year. And I think that this is seen as the next step in that advocacy.
And so at the beginning of 2023, Leslie informed me of where, this process was at, and that, we needed to sort of turn our attention to, excuse me, this document and really leaning into it and how we can make it great and really truly representative of where this council is at. So we met 4 times throughout the year. The subcommittee consisted of Tom, Leslie, myself, as well as 3 council members. So Mayor Pro Tem Incan, council members Burley and Palenko also sat in on these sessions. So we formed a little working group, met a few times throughout the year, kept rounding and rounding through drafts. The goal and purpose, in general of this document is, we want to be able to send this to our legislative representatives to say, hey, this is what the town of Frisco would support. Of course, keeping that communication line open. It doesn't have to specify every single possible hypothetical situation that we stand for. We want to keep it high level and as an evolving document. And so just keep that in mind today throughout the conversation, that was our instruction from the start, to keep it very general, but also to reflect the strategic plan that you all adopted, the most updated version that you all adopted in July. And so we actually ended up organizing, all the different policy position topics underneath each of the strategic principles of the strategic plan. So it's a good kind of mirror image, if you will. The legislative session, as I think we pretty much in this room all know, lasts from January and into May. So then we have the rest of the year to regroup, reformulate, where are we at? Do we want to amend things, adjust things? An example, a good example of what, we're going to talk about and really drill down here, these different topics, but of how it can be really super general. So under the child care topic in the document itself, it says that, the town of Frisco, one of the bullet points is supportive of paid family leave that benefits the town, families, and the community. And so that's a good example of one item where it's intentionally general and broad. Of course, if a bill comes up where, the town supporting that topic, it would be unreasonable because of stipulations in the bill. We, don't just automatically then support that. We're just simply saying, these are our priorities. These are the general things that we support. And so just keep that in mind. And I'm sure we'll find some more examples of that in the conversation this evening. And so I'll pass it back to Leslie. She's going to talk about the advocacy procedures and our reasoning behind those are formed the way that they are.
Were you able to bring up the document? Yeah, great. So at the beginning of the document, we should start on this page here. So this information on this overview page, this came straight out of the most recent updated strategic plan. We include there the mission, the values, the vision statement, public service commitment. That is all directly out of that updated document. And if we go to the next page.
Before we start moving forward,
Yeah.
if I could, if we're just looking at this document, can you go back up for a second? So this is just a grammatical thing. Spaces after periods, there are some different than others.
I think
So some have 3, some have 2,
some of it might be because of this justified formatting.
That's what I was wondering. I was thinking it might be that because I kept pasting some of it that didn't have that. So
Okay.
there's that. I just
Yeah,
wanted to
We
mention
can
that.
take a
while-
look. Yeah,
Yeah.
but like here, this is definitely some extra space. I think it's. Well, yeah. These have definitely helped us quite a bit. And I think please dive in as we go with the feedback as we go. We're gonna go through this, so appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so this came directly out of the strategic plan. So starting with the legislative advocacy procedures, I'm just going to highlight some things, but please interrupt with anything that I don't mention or anything that you want to address. So in general here, these advocacy procedures are designed to outline and create some structure around introducing legislation to council and then providing feedback whether that's to other governments or whether that's to our state or federal legislation. So this does provide, I want to highlight the last sentence of this first paragraph, discretion to advocate the town's best interests in a manner consistent with the goals and priorities adopted by town council. So that speaks to what I was saying as far as providing positions when asked. And that this should enable us to do that. It lists here typical advocacy positions, whether that's support, oppose unless amended, monitor, or neutral. So those are things that can be communicated to council as recommendations. And then we have a listing here of procedures. So included in here is that the staff will track legislation and identify positions as recommendations based upon what's included in this document. That we will consider the positions of other groups, such as professional associations and advocacy groups. Many of those groups are described in the appendix to this document. In this next item here, this describes who shall determine advocacy actions. So what it currently says is the mayor or mayor pro tem and the town manager or designee. It was brought up here if mayor pro tem was the proper wording, or if that should be more similar to the town manager, and it should just be any designee on town council. I don't know if there are any thoughts on that. Should be, perhaps there's times that it's neither the mayor or the mayor pro tem that are available.
So then it could just be a designee, right?
I think Andrew's going to say something here.
Trying to. No, I just wanted to, this was something I raised when I read it, which is there are times, the mayor is the mayor, but if the mayor is not available, or we have somebody on council who's more of the expert on the topic that's being discussed, that it should probably be more open to the mayor or any designated member of council, so that it can be the one of the 6 others of us that is best suited to address the topic that's going before the legislator.
So what if we were to just say mayor pro tem, town manager, or designee?
That's what it says, right?
No,
But the way you,
like
the way you have
instead
it worded
town
is,
Or the designee of any of them.
right, to make it be the designee of any of them, not just of the town manager, because the way it reads now, it's just the designee of the town manager.
It's fine by us. You tell us what you'd like, and just anybody.
Would that fix
object
it
to
for
that?
you, Andrew?
yeah, I'm just looking for flexibility that if this is an environmental issue, then we can talk to, then Jesse can present. If it's a downtown Main Street topic, then it can be, Liz or Lisa, take the person who's best suited to address the issue as the member of council who probably should advocate the issue. And this doesn't provide that flexibility. Whether it's used or not is up to the mayor, because it's really going to be the mayor or another council person as designated by the mayor, but he or she, because this is going to outlast, today, he or she as the mayor can designate whichever council person they see fit. I'm just trying to build that flexibility into the document.
I agree with that.
Okay. Thank you for that feedback. So basically this number 3 is describing advancing the town's stated goals and giving the town a voice in legislation. And that could be in the form of letters, phone calls, emails, or in-person
Well, Hey,
testimony.
Leslie, can we go
Yes.
back to number 3 for another second?
Yes, we're still on number 3, but go
Oh,
ahead.
I'm sorry. I thought you moved to 4 with advocacy letters and emails. Sorry. Go ahead.
And so this includes the language that whenever it is possible, so feasible, sometimes we have some time constraints, but staff will consult council as a whole on public record or policy perspectives before communicating an official position on legislation. But then it recognizes that there may be times where there's insufficient time to gather the majority direction. And then the town manager, and perhaps we should add here, or designee, will evaluate each advocacy opportunity on a case-by-case basis, referring to this document. So that's only in instances where time does not allow. Did you want to add to that, Andrew?
Yeah, and this is subject to Thad not getting all twitchy. Some way having a reasonable attempt to contact council members individually. It's one more method of, if we can't do it all 7 of us sitting around the table, it's one more method of being sure that this really is what council wants the position to be.
Yes, I mean, I guess what it currently says is that staff will consult council as a whole on public record.
Right.
So I think you're suggesting that sometimes it's not as a whole.
Well, it could be,
Right,
for
if this is an issue that's coming up 3 days from now and the meeting was 2 days ago, there is no council as a whole opportunity. So now what do you do? And I'm suggesting there should be a reasonable attempt made to contact council members individually.
For the last sentence, if there's insufficient time, town manager will attempt to communicate with each council member individually and
to affirm the
That's
position.
it.
Great by me.
Okay, thank you. So then the number 4 does address, thank you, advocacy letters or emails. The town council members and the town clerk would be copied on that letter, and then that would be archived. When council or staff testifies in an official legislative capacity, that town council members, the town manager, and the town clerk would be notified as soon as possible. Number 6 refers to the town manager issuing letters of concern or interest that don't take a formal position. And that, again, when feasible and time permitting, that the manager shall notify the town council prior to the transmittal, copying the town clerk. And then lastly, number 7, that the town manager or designee will provide updates to summarize legislative issues. And especially on matters which the town has a stated position. And then lastly, just stating that, everybody does have their constitutional right to express personal opinions. However, when it is a personal opinion, to please communicate that it is not issued in an official capacity, and it provides some suggested language that the views expressed today are my own personal views and do not represent the official position policy of the town of Frisco or town council. So any other feedback on these legislative advocacy procedures? Now we will keep going into the policy positions, and we'll let Stacy take the lead here.
One quick point on legislative advocacy, if I could, and it's just to make sure everybody is clear that once something becomes a ballot issue, it is not a legislative matter anymore. And once that happens, like Proposition HH, for example, once a ballot title has been set, then the Fair Campaign Practices Act kicks in, and it circumscribes the activities that the town can engage in terms of spending money in support of or opposition to a ballot issue. With respect to those matters, essentially what the town can do is the council can adopt a resolution in support or opposition to any such matter, and then can distribute or publish that resolution as it publishes any other of its proclamation, but no more. So just so everyone's clear that there's no confusion that something may have been a legislative matter, but once the title got set, it was not anymore for purposes of this.
Perhaps it would be helpful for us to have something.
Legislative matters, but not including matters for which a ballot title has been set.
Right.
It'll just be a helpful education.
because that's true whether
Whether it's here
it's,
today.
whether it's a state measure, whether it's a county measure, whether it's a federal measure. It's all gets triggered by the setting of the ballot. Yep.
So to get started, the first sort of umbrella strategic objective here is quality core services. Underneath quality core services, we have, and I'll scroll back up here, bear with me, but we have general finance, proactive environmental sustainability. Then we have water management. We also mention public safety, public management under the water management category, just because there's some cross correlation there. We then have public safety, governmental immunity, home rule and local control, which that helped us out with those sections. Appreciate that. And that's it for quality core services. So really, truly, council, let us know, anything in this section, quality core services that stuck out to you, that, you liked, you didn't like, or you'd like to, see added. Is there anything under that umbrella?
I think Andrew had a question about the limitation of liability provision under sustainability. And I'm gonna phone a friend on this, which would be Thad.
So.
If you can scroll down to what I think is referring to is like an example of if we had like a super fund site that we don't have any liability, but maybe you could help. Limitation of liability. Is this what you were asking about, Andrew?
It was, and it was more of a question that I read this and thought, is this giving government special treatment in a way that's different than what we expect from our businesses?
And I'm sorry, Andrew, as a policy matter, your concern with it was. Can you tell me again?
When I didn't understand it is really fundamentally
Okay.
what it is, what my concern is.
Okay, I think Leslie is correct that this is meaning to make a reference to Superfund sites and the like. And then only where due care in absence of fault. So I really think this is about existing or potential future immunities under federal law that currently exist. Right,
So-
where, in other words, governmental entity doesn't hold other governmental entities accountable for Superfund sites where there's been due care and no fault.
Okay,
And
that's
so this
way
policy
it's way outside my scope of understanding. So, should we? I mean, is it ever going to come up? Should we have it? I don't know where it came from or why. It's there.
It seems very unlikely that it would come up for us. I don't think we're anywhere near anything that
We've got a massive Max Line's tailings piles is upstream of us.
Yeah, that's what I think it was mine too.
Okay.
They're
Yeah, fair enough.
all broke that.
Yeah.
All the,
Fair enough.
we're town.
Yeah.
Messed up.
With due care and without fault on our part.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions on any of those topics, finance, environmental sustainability,
Is there,
water
I
management?
mean, maybe go back to where Andy came from, but just is the homeroom local control, that's just calling out the future section. That's bolded first.
So that basically just states we are a home rule municipality and we like being that. And we want to assert that home rule and local control, and we support legislation that allows us to maintain that where we feel it's properly necessary. It's a very general statement there. There's not a lot of bullets.
Which are-
Senate Bill 213.
Yeah.
I didn't want
I'm
to-
serious. If
No,
Senate Bill
very
213 had passed, right, very shortly, there would have been litigation by some of the larger municipalities alleging that act was outside the scope of, again, a part of the legislature. It conflicted with their home rule zoning provisions. They would show you a line of cases as long as you're armed that says zoning is exclusively a matter of home rule control, and the fight would have been on. So this sort of policy affects that sort of.
While it is one of the shortest sections in here, it is one of the most important. This is what comes up time after time.
I think just in the formatting, like where it says see also public land management. See
Oh,
also-
so it's not like
yeah.
you can see the other side.
Yeah, so just going down, I
Yep.
think that was just.
Oh, okay.
This is a reminder that it's in the Forest Services, but it has listed a lot more.
Anything else for you?
Space after period, article. Article XX of the Colorado Constitution.
Oh, got it. You guys are okay to move on to inclusive community, or I'm sorry, thriving economy, my apologies. Is that what I was there? So the next strategic objective is thriving economy, and under this category, we have childcare, housing, transportation and mobility. Am I out of order?
Should be thriving.
Oh goodness, I apologize. Oh, sorry about that.
This gets to work.
Wow,
Economy.
that is moving on autopilot. I am so sorry. So, okay, under thriving economy, we have destination management, economic development, telecommunications. And then that's it for that. Any of those categories that you saw anything in there that needs to be edited?
This is really probably too picky, but pausing them to return
So where's that?
in that top, oh, right under thriving economy, like. I don't like pausing, like encouraging. Pausing them to return.
Residents and visitors.
Oh, I see.
We could wordsmith that. Any objections to that? Wordsmith in that?
So not forcing.
Right.
Compelling?
Compelling would work, compelling, encouraging.
All right. Anything else under those categories that triggered any thoughts or questions? Okay, don't see anything online. So we'll move on to inclusive community, which is what I was trying to move on. Move on to the. Three out of four. Inclusive community. We have childcare, housing, transportation and mobility, mental health. That's it, and mental health. So these are some big topics. These definitely took, or required some, good, healthy discussion. Big hot topics in our communities right now. Any thoughts about where we landed on these?
The AMI one, I think. I don't know how we would do this, but like there's a federal push from our local state delegation to try to create a better way to do AMI or a better way to tie housing. AMI, since it's such a tricky one, I don't know how we would add that in there, but looking at.
That one right there.
Yeah, it's just that, because yes, that one, and then maybe another one is just. If there's
So,
more work being done kind of to address that problem, we've all discussed many times where AMI is just not a very good number.
so I think what you're saying is alternative means to evaluate
Yes.
need for housing other than AMI.
Thank you.
Because, for example, in Frisco, if you were not in a resort community, 100% AMI would represent affordable housing, but not in all communities, so you can't make that
So
assumption.
some that recognizes incomes,
Or local housing prices.
housing prices.
Cost of.
Yeah.
Big circle around that. Andrew, you got anything?
I had two.
Yeah.
If you go up to paid family leave, if you don't mind, please.
Sure.
which I just felt like this is I mean, paid family leave is great and it should be, but it's not an open checkbook. So I don't know how you limit, if somebody comes down the pike with a ridiculous paid family leave proposal, based on this, it would benefit children, families, and the community, but it might be extraordinarily expensive to the town and beyond what we think is a good idea. And I use by example my niece who works in tech and got 9 months maternity leave, and to be followed by her husband's 9-month maternity leave.
Yeah.
Which I think most people would say is wonderful but extreme. And so I don't know in a legislative document like this, if I don't want to empower those that are reading this to say, if it's paid family leave, we support it under any condition. And I don't know how to limit it beyond that, but that's what this says.
The benefits communities are like, that puts a little bit of a stop on it for me. Like, because if it's outrageous, that's not that community.
Balances the business needs of the local government or something. like
Yeah,
that.
you could say within reason.
I also think this is, this gives, say, Tom a roadmap, and if he saw that, he would know that that's kind of a red flag for him, bring that back to council and not blindly use this policy statement in support, right? These are things that give us more flexibility around timing and that we agree on, but any one of these could have a radical,
Egregious ask.
portion to it. It's just kind of giving some framework to it.
And that's the intent behind the document. And maybe we should spend just a minute at least addressing that reality. That this is not an a blank statement. It's, the check back to council is always critical. And I know that it said that in the beginning, but it's
I
probably
mean, I
worth
do
it.
think that 213 is a great example of that. If we had just read this and said, we support housing, that could have been misinterpreted.
Yeah.
So, if we had adopted this and then after the adoption 213 came out, what would we have done with this?
And at the risk of being the skeptic, this also would empower somebody to say, oh, we don't have time, cast or female needs their decision tomorrow. Yeah, our legislative document says we support that kind of stuff, so we're in favor. That's the problem with this document.
We had a big discussion about using within reason because of.
It was one
Reason
reason.
to- Right,
To-
to
what is
each of us might be.
Right. Well, it's also that this is just a guiding document. This is not contract or, the ability to give you free rein to just run with something.
I mean, I think the intent of that statement was to probably whatever community first put it in one of their documents was to support the concept of family leave when it didn't exist. And then it was to support the expansion of it when we were talking about expanding it.
And Andrew, I will direct you to the last sentence of the overview section, which is on page 3, that says official positions are not automatically assumed on bills simply because they are congruent with the policy statements contained in this document. That might be, or at least might be helpful to being, not an out, but a caveat, if you will, of, we generally support these overarching topics, but we reserve the right to, scrutinize the bill and analyze it, rely on staff for the details.
Yeah.
Does that help at all?
It does. Oh, it does. And there's a lot of trust that is required by this document. But what's happening is really I, as 1/7 of council, theoretically with the equal vote of everybody, am delegating the power to speak on my behalf to others without having to talk to me. And that's concerning, but I understand the reality of needing this. But that's the tug of this document, that we need to trust those that we're empowering. So
That's what's good about having a review.
And if you have a rogue manager that takes off from the county, you should fire them.
right.
Yeah.
you know, like I said, this doesn't mean it needs to be changed. This is why we have these conversations, is to make sure everybody's okay. And I'm
Yeah, 'cause
okay. There's
You
just
can
certain ones
choose
that jump.
You can choose the paid family leave, but really you could take any of these statements and say that, like. Any of them could be taken to the extreme. So I think that statement, in my opinion, that statement in the beginning has to cover it.
And we are in support of paid family leave.
As am I, but there's, you know, like any topic, I don't want to, I'm not arguing against paid family leave. I'm arguing for reasonableness in everything in this document, which is also why I'll jump on if everybody's okay. In housing, I just felt, and another, I don't know, I just felt like it's a little 2021 to say that the community has reached a crisis, you know, directly impacting the provision of basic services as well as the ability to adequately staff and operate all businesses. Yeah, that's where we were a couple years ago, but most of our businesses are running at full capacity. We don't have crisis level failure to find employees anymore. And I just kind of, it's time to move past that type of language. But again, I'm gonna stand down on that topic, but I just raise it because I think it's where we are. This doesn't reflect where we are.
This document's going to be reevaluated how often? Annually, right?
Yeah.
I think you're still in crisis.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we could maybe look at taking it out next year, but I feel like as far as housing is concerned, we're still in crisis.
Andrew, do you feel any
No, I'm
which
not.
way about what Lisa just said?
No, I just think you'll hear me say this again and again on whatever topics I'm given the opportunity to say it, because we had businesses running at less than full capacity because they couldn't find employees in some way or another. Again, nobody's saying our housing problem is no longer a problem, but I think we've come back from crisis mode, and now we're just, all right, we have a problem that's consistent with everybody else. So no, I'm not, if nobody else wants to change it, you won't hear me talking, you know, harshly about this. I just
Keep
I
it as is for now.
I want to take the opportunity to move the conversation past this type of language wherever we can.
Okay. Well, I'm hearing maybe keep it for this round.
Yep.
Let's reevaluate next year. Is that fair? Okay, okay. All right, well, anything under transportation and mobility, mental health that stuck out for editing? Otherwise, we can move on to the next one. Don't see anything online. So vibrant culture, arts and recreation is our final strategic objective here. Underneath here, we have the topics of public land management. And why?
That's it.
Oh, and then there's a C also with water management underneath there, but for some cross correlation, but that's kind of our only topic that we have underneath that strategic objective. Anything in there? It's a big one though. We actually combined, there was like parks. There was like a whole separate topic for parks. We just thought, you know, any sort of public lands, no matter where the level of government. We just kind of consolidated all of that.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, absolutely. Big one. Here's the first part.
While you're sitting on it, hang on.
Oh.
Am I
I'm
muted? No, I'm not. Okay. This remote thing is no fun. But the third bullet point, and I just want, I will say this, I would advocate against is taking the land, the public land that surrounds Frisco and turning that into workforce housing. Public infrastructure, to me, that's the backyard. If some way or another, the federal government would turn over 150 acres and say, go develop high density workforce housing, I would say no, my hard advocacy would be no, thank you. So if we can pick up public lands for recreational purposes, sure. Would love to get the peninsula all under our full-on jurisdiction. Do not want the federal government to give us the peninsula so we can build thousands of units of housing.
That definitely was the only thing that stood out to me on this one was the underutilized public lands and the transfer to local communities. And how they're used.
We can strike that. Do you want to get rid of the bullet point as a whole or just strike out workforce housing? Do you want to leave in the public infrastructure / facilities portion of that?
It's covered in other spots.
Okay.
Well, there's that, but we don't. If there is something that is public that's going to be made available, we obviously want to be at the table. We want to discuss.
Yeah, and some examples of that would be CDOT, the CDOT property or the workforce housing,
Right.
sorry, the workforce center.
Yeah.
So those are right specific, this is just for general
That's such as,
policy, right?
yeah. So the community such as workforce housing and public infrastructure
Why
facilities.
not just strike such as and everything after it?
Sure.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So it'll just say making underutilized public lands available for transfer to local communities, only for public purposes of the community.
Love that.
Yeah, great. Okay. Anything else in there as?
That's really fun, because I read that one totally differently than Andrew did. I was seeing like CDOT, everything else, like, well, it's not the peninsula, because I don't think any of our surrounding lands are underutilized, they're greatly utilized. The CDOT thought was underutilized. Like, so I've read that totally, so that was good, so thank you, Andrew, because I was not picturing anything outside of our current town boundaries in that statement, so.
Oh.
Good clarification.
And then just to add the appendices at the end of this document, we have Appendix A, which describes a lot of the advocacy organizations and partners that we often work with. Look to regarding their policy statements, which sometimes we agree with, but not always, is a blanket statement. So that has contact information there for those organizations. And then Appendix B lists all of you as council members. It lists the generic email address that we now have. It lists the staff members that had worked on this, which we found could potentially be helpful, especially when we distribute this to our legislative partners, that it's helpful sometimes for them to, have a recollection of what our names are. And then we've listed which districts we are in. And then some of those appendices.
In the organizations partnered, those are all ones that we essentially pay into or participate on a regular basis. We still paying as a member of the Mountain Pack, because that's one that often asks for the Mountain Pack that do federal public land advocacy work. In the past, been a member, I think it's pretty cheap, so we're gonna show up often. But I just check that. Yeah, they actually hit me up today for
I just see a typo under I-70 Coalition. You have a sentence break in the first sentence.
Oh, yeah.
never
Got it.
preventing it any this council.
It's helpful, things that you are long documents that you just look at.
Oh, no, I know,
They're-
it's awful.
Thank you, having fresh eyes on it.
Yeah, they've been, Mountain Pack's been a little quiet during COVID, but we've done clients to DC with them.
Where are they based out of?
Durango,
Durango?
I think like 100 mountain towns. Awesome, so.
Sure.
Is that PACT? So the next order of business was to make these changes and then to bring this back to you to be adopted via resolution. And I think in general, going forward, that this is a good time of year to bring this to you. It gives us some time to reflect upon the last legislative session, which will be over in May. And in time for us to review before the next legislative session, which starts in January. So we're working this back to you with edits and brought up and. Thank you. Thank you.
It's affordable. That's good, yeah. You ordered.
Next, up on our work session agenda is agenda item number 2, and it's the discretionary fund request. Budget year 20. It's all you against. Casey Diane, who's picking it up. Good.
Support.
I'll kick it off here. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for having us this evening. This has been quite the process this year, as it is every year. Those who have served on this subcommittee in the past know it's not an easy task to go through 57 applications that you receive, as well as 8 new applications here for a new grant. So huge kudos here to Stacy, who's going to chime in tonight when I miss something, as well as Vanessa and Leslie and Jessica were part of this as well. And then our subcommittee made up of 2 council members are Lisa and Elizabeth. Elizabeth can't be here tonight with us, but Lisa will chime in on behalf of the subcommittee as well as most appropriate. So just to give a little bit of background, right? There's 2 different grants that we have that we're going to be talking about tonight. The first one is what you have seen every year that we have gone through the list of nonprofits who have applied for grant funding. And that's the common grant application. It's a county-wide grant application. As a nonprofit, you can apply for up to $5,000 in cash, and you can apply for in-kind services. That has not changed in terms of what that whole process looks like. That's just what that grant process is. Last year, the council had asked us to look at another grant process. And so we've called that the community impact grants. And that was as we were getting requests that were a little bit more out of cycle from some of these nonprofits. You may have recalled we got a request from the Soul Center funding. We've gotten a request from the preschool for funding. And so as these were coming as out of cycle requests, we said the council had directed us and made good sense. So, hey, let's make this as part of our budget process and have everyone requesting funds at the same time. The 2 different grants that we're talking about tonight. One is this, what we like to call the common grant application, it's the micro grants, and this other one being the community impact grants. That one was new, and that was for requested funding that was above that $5,000 mark. We actually said you could request up to $100,000 if you wanted to in that grant process. We did a little something different this year as well. Came from feedback of council members as well as staff who have served on these subcommittees before, because it's really difficult to go through all of these applications as you can imagine. So we created a scoring system. So we went through and we evaluated every single application that we've done on 11 different criteria. And those 11 different criteria had to do with your strategic plan. So kind of the 4 components of the strategic plan, as well as sustainability still stayed in there as well. We looked at, was your application complete? How did it fit in with the town's values, with the town's mission, kind of the history of the organization? So a lot of factors that made it a little bit more, if you will, a little bit more methodical in terms of the actual ratings. It also, for those of you who have ever been, it takes the feeling out of it, because actually evaluating these, you really like one organization so much. And we get that, right? And we're all guilty of that. And we wanted to take that out of this whole process. So the other piece that we have here was a budgetary constraint. Last year, we spent, I think it was $117,000 on just these, the common grants. So less than $5,000. And feedback from council at that time was, that is quite a bit of money. We want to look at this differently. Can we reduce that spending, but then add in this other one, that's the community grants, the community impact grants. We created a budget for this, and it was a staff recommendation on this budget. For these grants up here, you'll see right here, the the micro grants, we went with $80,000 cash and $20,000 for in-kind. That's the budget we set for ourselves. So that also helped guide us as we went through this process of making sure we didn't want to go too far over that number either. For the community impact grants, we set a budget of $100,000 for that one. And you'll see as we go through this, we stayed within as close as possible to that budget as well. So that's overall kind of where we were. Starting with the micro grants, if you don't mind here, Stacy, we received 57 applications for these micro grants. And we, you know, in years past, I think for those of you who have been here for a while, you'll remember we would have Dylan sat here with his calculator, did his little, like, and then we just added things up and it was good to go. Realized we probably needed a better process than that. So looked at all of these and I'm happy to go through these with you as you would like. Please note that everything that we came up with on here, it was the recommendations that we had from staff, supported by the council subcommittee, and then a couple tweaks we made in that when we met with the council subcommittee. But this is the product that we have come up with that we feel is very fair, as well as met what we had set out to meet with all those different criteria that we had.
A few points of consistency that Diane helped educate me on throughout this cycle that I think are important enough to point out are what was kind of nice. If you were a sports organization, it kind of kept you consistent with all the other youth sports organizations. If you were a startup, a brand new category of nonprofit, brand new, just trying to get started, kind of seeded you with $500. The sports got 1,000. And then also we applied the methodology of, well, and this is just per the county IGA. If you were a sports organization looking to get some field time from the town for our really nice multi-use fields and sports fields, you got the max, the 50 hours that we all agree upon. That's every town that has a sports field tries to do that. So just a couple of other elements to that fair, you know, introducing some objectivity and consistency into the process.
Absolutely. Thanks, Stacy. So listed here in this chart, and this chart was also in your in the packet. We've got the organization listed on the left side, what their cash request was, what we recommended funding in terms of the cash request, what their requested in-kind was, and then we also put a value to all of those in-kind services as well. For the in-kind, the SAP, for those of you who've been here for a while, I think this was Councilmember Burley's and Councilmember Inkin's idea. Recommendation was to create a silent auction package. So rather than one group gets a pontoon and one group gets a canoe and one group gets tubing, create just a consistent package. And so that's what that SAP is that you'll see up there as well. We've recommended fully funding 18 of the 57 organizations within this micro grant process. We partially funded 6 of the 57 organizations. We chose not to or recommended fund 12 of the 57 organizations. And that was because the request really did not meet the strategic priorities of the council, or their ratings were low, or their positive impact to Frisco and the Summit County was not well demonstrated in the application materials. We recommended funding 7 youth sports organizations at $1,000 each, to Stacy's point, keeping that number consistent. We did have some new startups, as Stacy mentioned. So we had 4 of those that we recommended funding them at $500. So not necessarily to the full amount that they were looking for, but to give them something to get going, and then can reevaluate next year if they apply again. And then we recommended awarding for these in-kind services. If they asked us for things, we went with the full request and have that in there as well. So remember, these are just the micro grants right now. We're talking about up to $5,000 in funding and in-kind as well. The total cash funding request that we have on the spreadsheet is $83,200. So we're a little bit over the $80,000 that we had said. And then the in-kind services funding request is $28,622. So a little bit over that $20,000 that we had said as well. And stop there and take questions and have a discussion. If you, we can do the whole package with the community impact grants and then check. So kind of whatever you would like to do.
Keep rolling. Figure somebody jumped into that question. Oh, there it is.
Do you recall what the request from Careers in Construction Colorado was for?
Right. Give me a moment here.
They're a Colorado Springs based organization, but they work with the high school up here. To provide like vocational programs. Educational courses focused on the construction industry to promote the benefits of career opportunities to students and their parents and educators. And as well as develop effective job placement platforms to place students in the construction industry.
And they did have quite a bit of support, if I recall, from the local builders association as well, some funding that was already being put into this.
I just, it's a new one on our list.
Yep.
If I recall, and particularly around green building and electrification, we have this many contractors who are doing the work. So that's a very broad education package. But if they were to come in and potentially narrow that or refine that, I would be willing. I mean, not that we're going to ask them to go refine everything, but just in general, I think that this is really important. And it's the first time that we've seen this. And our community desperately needs contractors to bring the cost down. I mean, it's part of the cost equation. And so I've heard win through the Builders Association about this program. I think I would like to support
it next year, especially collectively talking to them and targeting some programs.
Yes.
So recommendation was to just do the 500 as the startup. But if you'd like to change that as a whole, we can look at that differently.
What would you like to see too?
I feel like I'm throwing a dart in the air because I didn't see the application. But I would be willing to rely on those who read it.
It's easy.
Is this their first year working with the Summit schools or?
They talked about it, but the CICC program expanded to Summit County High School in the 2022-2023 school year. 4 classes were held and 60 students received instruction. For this upcoming, well, I guess now current year, 6 classes with a total of 90 students are planned, and there is currently a waiting list for enrollment. 2 of the classes will be taught in dual language, Spanish and English.
DCI, you can pull up, I believe, too, I should be reminded that they do have a pretty significant budget already. So maybe, I don't know if that's, I think that's included in that as well.
Yeah, do you want me to pull that up on here?
Just if you have it on there.
So they do have like a grid listed with their source of funding. They get a CSBG. I do not know what that stands for, I'm sorry, but a grant from the government. Don't specify state. Maybe it starts with C.
State building council,
Something like that. They do receive $100,000. Amount awarded in 2023, I'm sorry, was close to 74,000. And then the El Paso County ARPA gave them in 2023 almost 25,000. The El Paso County Community Investment Fund gave 50,000. And that was it.
So
Great.
can we say something like we would support this at a higher level if the focus was more towards green building?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we just need it in general as well. But certainly to show where our priorities are. But I think, while they do have a significant budget, I also look at that and I'm like, oh, and then let's go at 500, so I just 2,500 to throw out a number, but I would like to see us raise that.
But all of those that you mentioned were the county towns, or did I hear that?
CSBG grant, and then it says government in parentheses, that might be a state agency.
Yeah.
Then the next 2 are El Paso County specific, And then the fourth one is Pikes Peak Regional, so that definitely says El Paso County to me.
Do you know how many watch schools they're operating over?
Yes, they did mention that in their application. I just want to make sure I get it right. 46 high schools and 2 middle schools in Colorado. 27, well, almost 2,800 students.
$50,000 budget.
They do have some private donors as well that they itemized out in a different portion, anonymous and just private. About 175K.
I just wanted to add that there were areas that we talked about having stipulations. That wouldn't be covered. That was maybe also what's interested.
It's important to push the trades, you know, to our kids, and especially in our economy, it's a large area that supports our people, but I'm with Jesse there, and especially as a past builder and a green builder. There is no focus on green building whatsoever in the industry. And we should promote that.
Thanks to Vanessa here too for she looked this up a little bit further. Community Services Block Grant, federally funded program through the state of Colorado. Just for additional information.
So do we want to up that to from 5, right now it's 500, that 2,500 tossed out there,
Is there anybody against? You know,
we can up it.
My only concern is the other organizations that are startups. I mean, I guess this one's not a startup, it's a startup here for us, right? It's been in.
1 year, yeah, they were in last year at the school, at the high school, and then I guess this is their second year.
But they've been functioning in other places longer than
Right.
And we
So they're not
considered
really a
like
startup.
not truly a startup. It was more of a first time request to choose,
Yes.
or it's a brand new non. We put those both in that same category.
2015 is when they started.
Okay, upping it.
$27 a kid. Good deal.
All right,
2,500.
any others that you don't think might be worth amending on that list?
I'm just gonna ask, because it's near and dear to my heart, but Lisa said you had an explanation for AC3 not receiving leave.
Oh, I thought you were looking at Mountain Dreamers.
Oh,
Sorry.
and Mountain Dreamers, those
Yeah.
two both actually are on here with 0 recommended.
Let's see, Mountain Dreamers
Versus
should have
Sorry, I
5,000.
was looking at the
Community.
community impact grant for 0, but the but HC3.
Yep, we looked at what their request was and
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm sorry, when we go to the next grant type.
I can answer both of them if you like. If we start with HC3, HC3's request, I have to look and see what the request number was. But when we look at what the request was for, it was for some, what we had looked at in our operating budgets already for 2024. In our operating budgets, we have about $119,000 already dedicated to HC3 to work within the world of sustainability. And so what they were asking for was stuff that we had already looked at that was included in that budget for 2024.
Great,
So that's that one.
thank you.
Absolutely.
I know I'll get that question.
They're dear to us as well, yes. And then the Mountain Dreamers, they applied for both. They applied for this grant here, the micro grant, as well as the community impact grant. When they applied for the community impact grant, they specifically applied for a staff person through that grant process. And our feedback to them is that this is not what we want to get into, is funding a staff person. That's going to be an ongoing expense that we're going to be seeing. We really want to look at those one-time expenses, those one-time asks. And so felt like it did not meet the criteria for the community impact grant, but through all of our other ratings and everything else in terms of meeting our strategic plan goals and everything else, wanted to still support them. And so support doing that at the $5,000 level through the micro grant process.
Yeah.
Did we have like no staff help? Was that a
We
criteria?
did not have no staff on there. We had more of the criteria based upon our strategic goals and everything else. We did have more of the, right, like overall, how does this benefit the community overall? What is the program associated with this? We've talked a lot that this was our first time doing this one, and so we need to change that application up to reflect that, which we'll do. But this one's really difficult when it is that ask for a staff person.
Funding payroll.
It's usually when you have a grant that excludes that, or that's the criteria that you're gonna use to evaluate it, it's pretty clear. But maybe we just look at that.
Any others on this list? So if we scroll down just a little bit there, Stacy, please, we can talk a little bit about the community impact grants. So just a reminder, this was a new one this year. We did get 8 requests in for this one. We recommend funding 7 of the 8 requests that we had received. And then you can see in that one organization, Mountain Dreamers, we just talked about that one funded through a different avenue. We recommend, so same thing, based upon all the criteria that we had talked about as well, came up with a very good system that we believe that really went through each of these in a very thoughtful way. And we had quite a bit of discussion, right? About, are these things that should we just give money to one organization, or should we fund organizations at a less amount? And we went back and forth on that quite a bit. And I think that this will evolve over time. For this one, this first time around, we recommend funding 7 of the 8. We recommend funding Building Hope, which their request was specific for the Soul Center. We recommend funding the Family and Cultural Resource Center, also for the Soul Center. So both of those at $12,500. We recommend funding Cafe Food Rescue at $10,000. And those are for expenses associated with their, for those of you, I think Cafe Food Rescue now may be around for a couple of years. We've been working with them out of the 30 Granite Building. They really are big in the sustainability world as well, right? Trying to take food from a variety of different resources around town and make sure that that food is being used and given to others in the community. We felt like that one, we had that one at $10,000. Search and Rescue, they requested funding for a new vehicle. Chose not to do that one at $40,000, but still to fund them at that $10,000 level. Summit County Preschool, they had requested $100,000. We have recommended in here to go with the $50,000, as well as, so their request, sorry, was for capital improvements and ongoing maintenance. And should you support this request, we would also recommend in here that we would work with the preschool and have them present to staff a 5-year financial and strategic plan to really help them with their budgeting. I know Jesse's smiling because she's heard this one before. I think this is a good opportunity to do this. We know that the preschool has new leadership. We have new leadership in our finance department as well. I think this is the time to do this. We've also heard through this whole process that there's resources and are available in the community free of cost that can be utilized for helping everyone get on track with this one. Let's see, Summit Youth Hockey. This one we put into that category, as Stacy was talking about too, that youth sports. So rather than funding at the $25,000, recommended at the $1,000 level here. And then Treetop Child Advocacy Center, recommend funding at that $5,000 level, not the $25,000 level. They are looking for a move to Frisco, but they also in their application talked a lot about our neighboring counties and less about Summit County. So want to support them, but maybe not to that level that they had requested, $25,000.
Diane, they didn't tell us where they were moving to in Frisco, did they?
They did not. To the best of my knowledge, they do not have a location at this point in time. I know there's been conversation about an interest One has, additional information. I'm looking at there, that other. I don't think so. Yeah,
Overall, preschool last year, we gave 60,000,
80,000.
80,000. And we're giving 50 this year.
That was our recommendation. For discussion.
Summit Youth Hockey kind of sticks out like a sore thumb in this category. What were they asking for that was not a good fit potentially for the other grants?
They wanted funding for their free mini mites program to get kids interested in hockey, just because it can be a little bit of an expensive entry
Yeah.
sport with all the gear. So they actually provide a free for 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds to get started. And it helps them with ice time costs, and also they actually provide some of the gear to help them get started.
Stacy gets very excited.
I coach for them.
Yeah, no, I just was not, I have nothing to say about it except that it just seems out of place in this list. Yeah, these things is not like the others.
We retain more days. They missed my grant window. They
Okay,
didn't know.
okay.
We just talk about making it a little bit more clear as to which one you should be applying to, and maybe not letting people apply to both.
Right.
To choose.
Good with all of those recommendations.
Anything
Concerns?
online? Andrew or Rick, anything from?
My only thing was just preschool, had we ever discussed like that we're tearing down what we're giving them over the years, because we kept giving them more. And it started out asking for payroll, and so then we changed from that. And, being that they are on Main Street, and
The tuition assistance parts are pretty big.
yeah, how much are we giving toward that?
I think in the budget's over $200,000 currently budgeted for that.
So that we added after.
That's not just.
That was after.
Getting preschool support.
Andrew or Rick, anything from?
I'm good.
online?
In general, I'm good with it. It seems like the applicants self-selected into what really looks like a capital request. The community impact, I'm not sure why they're called community impact grants, but it seems to me that the only one that wasn't an actual capital expense was youth hockey, which you guys, I think, did the right thing and moved them to what the other groups are, but it might just be easier, cleaner for future grant cycles to label this as a capital program. And then you'll find that the youth hockey people types, you're not going to get groups bleeding in and just looking at this and saying, oh, this is where the high dollar requests go. Because it's capital, but no, this is an unwinnable process, and it's really difficult. And there's no right, best, clear, perfect way to do it. But you guys have done a really good job with this. So, yeah.
The other thing I appreciate
Nice
is
work.
that it's all contained within the budget process now, which, makes it very clear when we're going to be working with this to the organizations.
Well, thank you.
Rick, you're good?
Yeah, thanks you guys for, I one, appreciate the process. 2, appreciate all the staff time that went into cleaning it up. And 3, I appreciate the budget. And 4, for Elizabeth and Lisa for stepping up and diving into it. So thanks you guys for all that hard work.
Right. We only added a little bit more this time. But if Dylan could just sit in the background next time.
That's usually yours.
What's that?
So did you see Colorado? Did you guys was zero? It's the other one we always.
It's just they bottom out.
Right?
I think Yeah. Next. Conversation around something.
County comments.
Thank you. Scroll fast enough. Agenda item number 3 is the second amendment to the intergovernmental agreement for water services. Yeah.
Good evening, all.
Good to see you.
Good to see y'all. You all have my memo. Back in July, the county filled out the newly created extraterritorial water service application, sent it over to us. Reviewed it. It had everything that it needed to have according to the new ordinance that we created, except for the fact that they wanted to use some of the EQRs that they have set aside, water rights way, water rights at the county commons. And this project that they want to do in Bill's Ranch is not technically in the county commons property. So that's why we want to come to you to talk about amending that agreement, possibly amending that agreement, so that they can use those water rights for this employee housing project, workforce housing project. So that's really what it boils down to. Staff does not have any issues with allowing this amendment to happen. I think it's good. I mean, they've already got the water rights. The water rights that they're offering are outstanding water rights. And also, this amendment would also have the county dedicate those water rights to the town, where we would then have sole ownership of them. Right now, they're just kind of holding on to them for us, and they're paying the fees to the Clinton Reservoir Company. But they're not deeded over to the town. They're just kind of in reserve. Then that's based on the previous agreements that were made. The first agreement, I believe, was 2001. And then there was an amendment to that agreement in 2018 to add EQRs to that agreement because they wanted to continue building up there. So this would be the second amendment to this agreement, which would allow them to use those EQRs, the 15 EQRs they're asking for those units, and turn over the water rights to the town for our sole beneficial use and control. And this also will, any future requests of this type, those water rights will be given to the town before the taps are issued, where previous agreements stated that the county could just hold them in reserve, and then when the town wanted them, we would ask for them. That process never happened. So,
Can I put some
yeah,
thoughts on
please
that?
do, yeah.
The 2001 agreement provided as follows. After the town's issuance of the 171.6 QRs pursuant to this agreement, the county agrees to negotiate in good faith with the town at the town's request to convey ownership to the town of the Clinton Reservoir shares under which water has been made available to the town for the water taps and irrigation, provided that such conveyance is mutually beneficial and is otherwise appropriate. I don't even know what that means, but mutually appropriate and beneficial. But I do know that this has been a burr under the saddle of our water attorney since it has come into existence. And her advice from the very beginning has been, get these folks to the table, negotiate, and get these Clinton shares over into our name. Currently, the agreement reserves all of those shares for the sole and exclusive benefit of the town, but doesn't convey them over to us. And frankly, I don't understand why it was set up this way then, and why there's been a reluctance to date. But it does the two things it does. It allows this agreement to water to be used outside of the county commons, and it requires that they go ahead and convey over both the EQRs that we have provided the county commons in the past, the EQRs that they want for the Bill's Ranch project, and any EQRs they may request in the future. No waiting, no negotiating in the future under some strange language I wouldn't even know how to. So we have not heard back from them yet.
So that's kind of what we're here asking tonight is for your comments on this second amendment. and questions, thoughts, and then come back to you. If you want to go this route, we will come back to you with I believe it would be a resolution or a new IGA amendment and resolution.
Yeah, this one, if it stays in its current form, it would be a resolution to approve this
Approve the
amendment, the second amendment.
So
Sorry, you just made a comment that we have not heard from them, meaning they have not reviewed.
They have,
They have it and they have acknowledged receipt of it. We have not received substantive comments.
Okay,
We hope that the substantive comments are yes, of course.
I believe
But
they are
hopefully
speaking
the term-
to their water. And he may be giving them advice, who knows? We have not heard back on our request. We have sent them this second amendment for their review along with a note, if you will. And we have not received anything.
so if they come back not saying yes, of course. We would review this
Circle
again,
back.
have this conversation, okay,
But we wanted to make sure that
Yeah.
we were all on the same page before we
Yeah,
got there.
understood.
In this agreement, we are asking for them to transfer these water rights into our name.
Yep.
Do you want to
Calendar.
report,
Yeah.
In the future without, that's the other change.
You know, as far as using this particular agreement's water, which is for the county commons. Not only is this for workforce housing, but it's on the line of going to, right? It's not like it's, say, the middle school.
No, there's a line going right through.
You know, so I mean, it's like, this is the water that's going to them anyway. For this whole basic deal.
Make it work.
We would then start including the expense of those water rights and paying the dues to the Clinton Reservoir, but in our minds, that's negligible compared to the benefit that we will have of putting these in our portfolio so that when we are ready, we can just go to water court, get them in the augmentation plan and be done with it.
Don't need letters from the county.
No.
Don't need letters from the district.
Nope.
About how we own these shares. The whole.
Yeah, will we be going forward to do all that as quickly as possible? To go through water court and augmented shares and and ultimately, I'm assuming basically for the water for 15 units, we're increasing our water rights far in our guaranteed legally transferred water rights in far in excess of just those 15 units worth of water.
No,
Right.
no,
It's just whatever they're.
no.
no,
Only,
that's the difficulty about the original agreement is that it's not as generous in the water rights we receive per EQR, correct? Am I saying that correctly?
slightly the other way.
Okay,
It's or I'm sorry, not as generous, doesn't give us, yes. But it also doesn't have them pay the freight on
Right.
perfecting them. I think the answer to your question, Andrew, in terms of the timing on it. Is that the water attorney is looking at what we have now and what we are anticipating potentially in the not too distant future. Because augmenting or going to court to amend your augmentation plan is going to cost you about the same amount for this much water as it will for this much water. You can see my hands. So it doesn't make sense to do it piecemeal. You wait until you have a sufficient amount of rights built up to go into court and make your augmentation amendment more meaningful.
And I'm sorry.
The other issue with water court is because of where these water rights are located. They are in the 10-mile basin. They are upstream of our diversion points. Water court, Jennifer has told me water court will be a little bit less difficult. Because there won't be any objectors, because there's no objectors in between except for Denver Water. And that's it. They're the only objectors. Everybody else, there's nobody else taking water. Climax can't.
No.
They can't.
On those rights.
They can't object on those rights.
related to the water rights, use terms that are probably. So the date of our augmentation plan is not the date of our water rights. Those water right, oh, it is. So the water rights have the date, the priority, right, already.
Yes.
Okay, so we're getting that
Those go.
as part of the right, not that augmentation in court.
Correct. And those rights, the priority of those rights will remain
Yep,
what they are now,
Right.
which is,
they've already.
I think, second to us. I think second to us on the list. So the town ditch right is one of the most senior rights on the Blue River, so. And it's pre-Colorado, this is pre-Colorado compact water as well.
Mhm.
Nice to have.
Mhm.
One thing of, if this amendment is agreed to. None of this actually is gonna help, say, the other neighbors in Bill's Ranch if they need to tie in, because the line's already there, there's no benefit to the construction that can be made.
No, I mean, the other individuals at Bill's Ranch would have to go through this extraterritorial process and present their cash in lieu, or if they happen to have decent water rights, which they do, but if they do, they can offer those up too. But this, in the future, these are probably mostly going to be cash in lieu situations, except with the county because they own substantial senior water rights. So.
And there's such large requests for which we might not be able to buy water, right, with our cash.
Exactly. And on the water court issue, I've asked Jennifer to start looking into this and seeing what it's going to take, because we've got other water rights that we'd like to roll in to our augmentation plan that are just sitting out there. The Windy Gap, Wolfwood Mountain, those water rights that are kind of sitting out there, Green Mountain Reservoir, that are sitting out there. So I asked her to start this process and start looking at it next summer. Just get a time frame and figure out what it's going to cost, figure out best time. But we do need to do that sooner rather than later. We need to firm up our augmentation plan sooner rather than later, so that when the time comes and we need the water, it's there. We don't have to bother 2 years in water court trying to use this water.
But it will be 2 years and.
Oh, yeah, easily. It will be easily 2 years.
Thoughts, concerns, everybody good?
At the next meeting as a resolution, and assuming we hear from the county, but I guess that would be a procedural
I'm
thing.
gonna follow that process.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Last up for work session, agenda item number 4. Winter recreational path management.
We should be here for this one.
Big 5 minute here. 5 minute break. So you may want to do it. We'll be back. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, we got that way ahead of schedule. Talking water was excellent. So. Daisy, you go to the points. It is terrifying to speak.
Their easel starts like this, like penguins. And then once they strain, they're just, they just take off. So,
I coach high schools. So it's.
yeah, I looked at it and then I made a change. We'll be parent.
I need to take it to that.
When we get to it, we got.
Pretty sure.
It is. Exactly. Usually takes like. We did. I mean, this is the second year. And first, just the year. You just. You're allowed to just. I just. You did that. Okay. I mean, I didn't do it. And so.
Yeah. I'm sure it's okay. Only that they have.
New.
And they just, we just. The only thing that's.
Yeah, it would now, but she is a. Well. You're like. Oscar. Like she interviewed. You're like. You just keep seeing it. Yeah. We had a friend. You know, we want to treat yeah, you know, where the alley is right in there. I mean, you're never gonna change. You know, it's not on paper. I was like, it's not a little
Shot, and it was just how they said, it's like, zone for whatever units. I was like, it's true. I know. Dance studio is over there as well. There's another unit right back. You know, they're crunching it on us. Just okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
It was like that, it's a weird, like. You know, like, not like. Like, slayer down by council. I feel like I'm in trouble over here.
We talk about creativity, right? And yes. So. Like, so we're close to. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Right.
Welcome back, everyone. Joining us online, we will hand it over to Lindsay. Management plan. The machines.
That helps you. Great, thank you, Mayor, Council, for having us here tonight. Addison's joining me, and so is Pete over here in the crowd. We are here to discuss the Recreation Pathway Winter Management Plan for 2023, 2024. Addison's here because he can provide some insight on how the pilot program went last year. He was actually boots on the ground with his crew. So even though his job has shifted to the capital projects manager for this now, he still has a lot of information that will be valuable for us to discuss here at the meeting. And then Pete's also here. He is our go-to knowledgeable gentleman on grooming, some of the equipment we use at the Nordic Center, and kind of what that looks like if you guys have any specific questions that might come up throughout this presentation. So just a little bit of background on kind of what brought us here today. In 2019, the town of Frisco adopted the Frisco Community Plan. Mobility was identified as a guiding principle in that plan, and there was a high priority placed on bicycle and pedestrian options here within the community. And because of that plan, we have had a couple of significant pathway improvements resulted. And one of those is the underpass between County Commons and the Frisco Adventure Park, which also plays heavily into our winter operation now. We have access through the tunnel there. So folks riding the Summit Stage can safely access the plowed pathway from County Commons or the Adventure Park. So that was new, and that's been a huge success. We've seen a lot of folks tubing, cross-country skiing, hopping off the Summit Stage to come safely through that route. And then we've also extended pathways between Frisco Main Street and the Peak One Boulevard. So as a result of the Trail to Pathway Master Plan, Frisco Public Works Department began a pilot snow removal program in December of 2022. This entailed plowing certain sections of the multi-use recreation pathway cleared just for the winter season to pilot to see how this would look, how this would work, and striving to meet the goals of accessibility, mobility, inclusivity, things we'll touch on in a little bit as well. So these two sections you'll see highlighted on the map here. The first section is a smaller section on the left that's in the reserve neighborhood from Larson Lane to Rose Crown Circle. So that one was new this winter that we started to remove snow from there. And then the other section is the larger section on the right-hand side that goes from just before Summit Middle School to the Dillon Dam Road. So the goal of this program was to make it just more pedestrian, cyclist friendly, create new connectivity options, and provide clear accessible pathways during the winter months. And so then how does this tie into the Trails and Pathway Master Plan?
The goals of this plan included adding trails to fill some gaps that were noticed within the community to create a more just comprehensive trail network and connectivity, and to provide a safe place for people of all ages and abilities to recreate. Another goal was to enhance winter recreation opportunities and connectivity, and this did include strategic plowing and grooming, which is where this pilot program came into play. So staff and council, town council, also, we've all received positive and negative feedback, comments about this pilot program. We received some comments earlier in the year in January, February timeframe, brought to council. You guys all guided us as staff to continue the pilot program, to finish it out throughout the winter. So then we could come back here today to kind of talk about what did it look like, what did we see, what did we learn, and what are some options moving forward. And so running through that pilot program from December through the end of the winter season here in 2023, we have 4 options that we've kind of reviewed internally that we just want to run through with you today, and then we'll present to you what our recommendation would be, and then we're happy to answer any questions or comments that you guys might have. So option 1 would be to go back to doing nothing. Before we started this pilot program last year, these 2 sections of recreation path specifically were left alone. They were untouched. And so this could be a viable option if we want to move forward doing that. However, it doesn't meet the goals of mobility and accessibility and offering, really tapping into those quality core services here in Frisco. Option 2 would be grooming these segments of pathway. And this is where, again, Pete and Addison can chime in a little bit more if you guys have questions about this, but that would open up these segments if we were able to groom them to the skiers and snowshoers, folks who really want to be on those groomed trails. The really cool thing though that we're all pretty excited about is the backyard plan. We have significant winter grooming expansion will happen in the future here that will just showcase and highlight more free groomed options. It's just not right now, but that is coming, and Pete can speak more to that in a little bit if we have questions on that. And just a big challenge of trying to groom these 2 segments of pathway is really, it comes down to the equipment. We would need to purchase additional equipment. It's the storage, the moving of the equipment. If we store it at the Nordic Center, how do we get it over to the middle school, or how do we get it from Public Works, Nordic Center, back and forth to share these pieces of equipment, or it would have to be a separate piece of equipment, and where would that live, where would we keep it? And then just the resources behind the grooming of this. It just entails more specific detail, machinery, time than actually plowing the recreation path does. So and it's just, the other kind of, it's not practical, and Addison can speak more to this later, is it's just not practical to groom a certain section of what we have highlighted in red. It's kind of like once you're in, it's kind of all or nothing right now. And we also have that section that goes across the wetlands that we cannot put heavy machinery on. And so that can be a challenge, but we have a resolution for that. We did it this past winter. What we do to heavy equipment in that section of the wetlands. Option 3 is plowing fewer sections of these 2 highlighted pathways. But again, it goes back to the resources of the groomer, the equipment. We need to purchase more. Where will we store it? How will we move it back and forth from Nordic to Public Works, direct path? And so just kind of the same concerns with resources. And again, like Addison will say, once you kind of get to a certain point of either snow removal or grooming, you're kind of in it for a certain segment of time, just to allow for equipment to turn around, to move snow, that sort of thing. So that would be option 3, is just plowing less of this segment, could be another option. And then the 4th option, which is where we recommend, after we kind of weighed some of these options I just briefly touched on here, is to continue with this pilot program and just make it a program that we continue to do over the winter months, plowing both the sections from Larson Lane to Rose Crown Circle and Summit Middle School to the Dillon Dam Road, just to again meet the goals of the Trails and Pathway Master Plan of mobility, accessibility, connectivity, inclusivity, and just to highlight too that we do also have some other free options for skiing, snowshoeing, hiking for those folks who feel like this would disadvantage them if we continue to plow. We do also, as you guys know, in collaboration with the town of Breckenridge, groom 3 times a week as the weather permits, the recreation path from Breckenridge to Frisco. So that's another free option. And as I mentioned earlier, we have extensive plans related to the backyard management plan that will include winter grooming. So anybody who's worried about maybe not having the free skiing, snowshoeing option, there's more to come that we're very excited about. And the backyard plan's gonna open up the more terrain and just space for us to recreate in the winter. With that being said, Addison, Pete and I can take any questions, concerns that you guys might have about just our recommendation to continue with that pilot program moving forward.
Appreciate it. Questions, go for it, Jason. It's like,
Well, my first question is, did we have any pros or cons related to the reserve section?
No,
Most of my recollection was out.
That's a really great question. Yes,
Besides
and
what you just received from.
you should have an email from the HOA, the
Oh,
reserve,
geez.
full support.
Oh, okay, thank you. I did not
Just
see that
yesterday.
email for the record. Thank you
yep,
for pointing that out.
but you're right, it is more the
Okay.
larger section that we have. had.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I remember the conversations from last year. Have we looked at potentially, so you talked about the if we were to groom it and get new equipment and sources committed to the lakeside path, have you looked at other places that we could groom that are more adjacent to the Nordic Center, similar to the Dickies to Breck segment that makes more sense where we could groom in the winter? Or
Like
is this
just trying
really
to
the
add
only
more
option?
connectivity, if we did groom this section, could we groom additional to expand?
Or I'm just saying, like, if not there,
Okay, would there be another,
have there been like the rest of the pathway, like
like Miners Creek?
Miners
And
Creek,
kind of
Temple
more-
Trail?
Yes, and that
recommended
is,
The gap here for schools, but.
and I don't know if Pete wants to speak to that, but that is in the future of the backyard.
Okay, that's part of the backyard conversation.
It's got the first phase of the backyard plan, first phase of implementation. We expect to be able to do from Line Street and hospital connecting to the rest. We hope to have an EA in spring, and then in terms of the implementation, actually the grooming, that piece is one of the first things that we probably can't do. So.
Okay, so that still requires the EA though. Just because it's an existing pathway doesn't mean that we could just go out and groom it. And
We asked the Forest Service, hey, could we do it this year? And they said, no.
Okay.
we're Doing that when we do it.
Okay.
As the big overall. So,
All right, well, that answers the question, but you're looking at that further. Okay.
And I think just on that point, I mean, that's a back to the future kind of thing, because that's what we used to do. Is there was grooming all of those trails up there. I remember back, in their team, usually from tree school and ski. And their big trips.
I don't remember that.
Text is there, so, which was exciting.
And then my only other question is, I'm assuming the grooming equipment and resources we're talking about is snowcat, full-size snowcat, but are there options for grooming with snowmobile?
So even if you're to downsize to just like a drag on a snowmobile, it's the logistics of getting it to where it needs to go. Because even if the equipment lives at Public Works, if you want to start that trail right at that exit, I'll call it an exit, from the Highway 9 pathway to run along, you still have to get that there, and tracking it there is probably not, be great for the equipment. So you have to, get it there.
As opposed to equipment that is designed to be on streets, which is the snow removal
Yeah.
stuff. Okay, so there's a difference even in the heavy machinery.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you have that, and then there's a gap there too, because you can't put any equipment on the boardwalk bridge, which I'm talking about in the capital plan. You would have to track that through the neighborhood and then behind the tower. And then you'd have to go back through. So there's multiple exit points that you have to do to make this feasible. And we utilize our sidewalk machines that you see going up and down Main Street and all the other pathways. So that's the equipment that's utilized. When you see photos possibly of a loader being in there, that happened because that's what was needed to get it open so we could start maintaining it for the first time. Well, now that we're going to be doing that, hopefully from day one, once the snow starts flying,
that's not gonna be an issue. You'll only see that in major storm events, and then when the path starts getting narrow, you need that bigger equipment to, we call it blowing it out.
Mhm.
So, and you'd only see that 3 times the winter season, so. That's the right equipment for the job.
You drag a track behind our sidewalk guys.
You
Could you hybrid that?
But it would be driving on the asphalt at that point, because it won't get legit, you'd be clearing out the snow in front of you.
Well, if you didn't do that, I
Oh,
mean, like
No,
the
because-
one solved for the.
You wouldn't have any confusion.
Yeah, so you give them stuff.
And another experience with the drag behinds, whether it's or a snowmobile. That right after it snows, if somebody walks on it or does something with it, it starts to crown, and that's not designed to bring that snow back down to go flat. And eventually you have to bring something else out to get the crown out of the trail.
Addison, have you quantified this project at this point?
What metrics are you looking at?
We didn't do it before, we started doing it last year, what did it cost?
I can't put a dollar value on it, but I can put it in relative terms of. It doesn't add that much more to snow removal operation. I mean, in my old role, it was I asked the crew to do something, so I went out and did it myself. And in the sidewalk machine, it takes 15 minutes to do the whole shooting match, going from all the way from public work down past the middle school to the dam road and back. It's very quick. The most time consuming piece of it is the manual labor that's associated with clearing.
Okay, and do we have more questions, or can I kind of get into?
Well, yeah, no, I want so some of the complaints we were hearing were around just, like, then accessing through snowbanks. Does the recommendation or the plan moving forward include like creating access points along the way? No, so we're still gonna plow the road and
Yeah,
we'll have the snowbanks regardless of.
with it being. Once you get away from the middle school. It starts turning into sensitive areas on
Right.
both sides, so it's, we'll only push snow. Like when you go to blow it open with a loader, like you gotta push that snow somewhere, and it's always our goal. When you gotta blow something open, that you're not taking the landscaping or native with it. So with that, you're rolling it over and getting it, and you're trying not to disturb anything. And I would. And I think I would be speaking for Jeff and the rest of the public works crew is like, we do not want to impact the area more than we need to, since it is sensitive. And doing that. Just creates those impacts. And then it'd probably require. A different machine to go out there to do that work. So you probably need a skid steer to go out there, since it can. Turn its own wheel down to create that. And you can only go so far, so you're probably gonna create a berm farther down into the property that they're trying to come.
Okay.
Well, I think on that question though, because I was curious. This might be for that, if we were to find a way to put some access points, are we anyway creating a problem that none of this whole path is on an easement with Denver Water, correct? Yes, so are we building access points onto property we don't own or manage?
Yeah.
Because our easement is just the path itself.
Oh, you're saying there's intervening non-easement area between the path and the private property?
Well, I'm just saying this entire pathway is on Denver Water property pretty substantially. And so are we deviating from our easement agreement with them?
If we're taking side shoots off?
Yeah.
Creating
Yeah,
outside of, if you're outside of the lines of the boundaries of the easement, yes. That easement will grant no use outside of its boundaries whatsoever.
So access would be considered that as well.
So people ski and snowshoe out there as it is, but we're not. doing that.
Facilitating.
It's
Right,
illegal,
facilitating it.
essentially.
Yeah. Um, I'm sorry.
No, go.
We
got it. Important conversation.
The ice situation. I feel like I have skied over there enough times that it is just in full sun. It melts and then it ices overnight, right? Like whether you plow it or not, because it gets so packed down
It is,
regardless.
it is no different than any other maintain. We don't create more ice, it is just what goes on through the freeze and thaw cycles.
Right,
It is the same as any other pathway.
but even if we didn't, even if you didn't plow it,
It would
it
still,
gets so packed down and then it turns to ice, the sun is outside of it, right?
If we didn't plow it, and it was boom packed, around the back of the middle school there. It
So
would be,
no.
but it would be what it would be.
it was just being
natural.
coral.
And, welcome to the mountains. I mean, what do you want?
Yeah, no, I would, because I mean, we've all been, last time we had this conversation, and now we've gotten those photos and consider, I mean, that's my morning cock walk on every
Right.
walk in town. If we plow, there's a chance that it might be icy.
Sure. And that's a winter environment.
Right, I just think it's icy, if we don't plow
No.
it, because the sun melts it and then freezes at night, and that's just how it is. Everybody is,
It's a winter environment.
okay,
You can't ski on.
right, right.
You definitely
Yeah.
can't ski on the pavement.
Oh, I bet there's online video.
Do some to skiing once.
Temple Trail, that's pavement.
I know probably most of us will be, depending on how this conversation goes. Dylan has implemented their Nordic Center out on the lake itself. Have we had that discussion? Want to have, I mean, I know we put one of our snowcats into the lake.
We even Dylan. Here. 5 years ago, did a condensed test out on the lake. And it's not without its challenges. The problem, there's a couple of problems. One is the winter we tried to do it, if you get a hard freeze, and you get a real firm layer on the snow. And it snows a lot and then it melts, you get a water layer. You get snow on top of it. So I had the experience, I'll never forget, I'm in the middle of the lake on a snowmobile and I look behind me and there's this plume of water. And I know we've been out through ice in August, we knew that it was plenty deep. But it was a case of, I mean, you're almost getting stuck. And if you're not on the throttle and your sled gets stuck, you're in the middle of the lake. The other problem, I'm talking with JK, based on his experience when they used to have the gold rush on the lake, because he said, oh yeah, it was really sketchy getting down there, because the problem is the lake is always dropping, so there's always water seeping out along the edges, so even getting out on the lake with snowmobile was breaking through, and then you would be unsustainable cross. Wind is a big problem. I feel Dylan has different conditions over on kind of the rain shadow side of the reservoir. We could look at it again, but it's not without challenges. There's some years that we probably have some heat out there, and then other years it wouldn't be good. But we looked real hard at it in real time. But it's possible.
I see,
Online folks.
I see the plowing as an egress issue, right? As like accessibility for people to get from A to B. Right? So in other words, the reserve is a necessity. Right? Because otherwise people are forced to walk down the center of the street basically, and then they're stuck there, right? behind the middle school and all that, you wanna go out there and ski, good on you. Have fun, go ride your fat bike, do whatever you wanna do. I feel it's a complete waste to do all of that lake loop. To be plowing that in the middle of the winter, personally, this is my input here. So I say easily do away with the lake trail and keep that natural, let it do whatever it's gonna do. People are going out there anyway. And let's do the reserve. It would be one thing if that bridge from the PRA was operable and you could run a machine from the PRA and do the whole thing and then get back to the PRA, but that's not the case until we rebuild that bridge, because I think the application there would be better suited as grooming the whole thing. Right, if we were gonna groom it, let's groom it, like we're grooming the Breckenridge, and we're gonna continue that all the way to Dillon, great, let's groom it, let's do that. Right, but digging out in the winter to get down to the pavement is like, let's put in a heated bike path, I feel like it's a waste. And then, once we pave, or once we plow it, it's difficult to ski on. You can't ski on it, and then you're going off into the wetlands to ski back there if you're gonna ski. It'd be easier to just mark that trail and go follow the sticks and go ski on it and make your own path. That's my own personal input. Let's definitely do the reserve. Let's not waste our time with everything else.
If I could. We will probably have to continue to maintain the bridge. Because the bridge is fine, it's in great shape, but to stretch the longevity of our infrastructure piece there. Gonna have to continue to do that. So, our offshoot into Lake Point Circle there to be able to access, that would probably still need to be plowed so we can get people there efficiently.
Okay, so in which case, if you've got to do, because you've got to do that anyway, maybe you do the middle school to the bridge and back towards Starbucks there. And we don't go by Lake Point Towers, because why are we connecting the dam road anyway at that point?
Because there's a whole other community on the other side. The town residents who use this, walk by their bike, run to get to town.
Yeah,
I think that's where
there's connection, there's relative connection, even if it's cut throughs and all that are there all year long.
But that's the
that
same
people are
argument
walking through.
you said doesn't work in the reserve, it'd be walking the streets. So we can't use the argument sides, right,
For sure,
there's no
argument on both sides.
I think
Again, this being creating egress for people in Lake Point over there, I don't see it that worth it. I think there's enough shoulder to the rest of the dam road and all compared to the reserve. That would be my argument for it. You can't do both. Well, sure you can, because the reserve has no way through there as you have, as you have access on the dam road. And you can walk on the dam road without getting hit by a car.
I'd rather walk on the street in the reserve than on the.
yeah,
Like, another question.
And I'm just gonna point out,
go to the map.
these people, I'm familiar with all this. I ride my bike through all this in the winter. This is all connected. You can get through here to get back to Main Street, right? You don't have to, nobody has to jump on the bike path to get over, back to town, right? And you're crossing properties. There are little paths that cross properties and all. That's how people walk. I would venture to say nobody's commuting into town from the bike path back here during the winter. It just doesn't make any sense.
Do we have trail counters out there? At all? Do we know the number of people that used our pilot? To road in?
Yeah, just based on feedback or just being out there and seeing what it looks
So
like.
we do an official survey. survey, community survey for that? I feel like we asked that question, no?
Specific to this section.
Andy, Rick? I'll leave you two out.
Not feeling left out.
Good.
But no, for all the time we spend encouraging utilization of our paths, you know, if people are using it, that's our priority. I'm in favor of plowing it is the short answer. And partly because it's a pathway, whether you're commuting to town or walking your dog or just taking a walk. You know, are there going to be icy days? Of course. And are there going to be beautiful days? Of course. So it's, you know, and especially the two things I've heard that sway me even farther. One is that we're going to be plowing it anyway in order to maintain the bridge. And the other is that there are people, because one of my questions was what's at the end of the path at the dam road? And Hunter, your point of there's people and units and places for them to go. So, you know, I'm swayed to say we should be plowing it.
Rick?
Yeah, I'll just keep it short. If people are using it, let's give it another try. And if at all possible, see what kind of numbers we get. But if we're going to be plowing, to Andy's point, if we're already going to be plowing part of it anyway, it's not a continuous ski trail. So let's make it usable. And if we can help folks get around, then yeah, I say I think we should give it another try.
So past. Was this one of the paths that we go in the spring and plow out, or did we just naturally let this one up?
No, eventually we would put a blade on it, we open it up anyway to just says. It's that funky time of season where like the party center is closing and people are kind of going, they're evening or long to kickstart their spring activities. So, you know, this was something that we made a priority. Late April to blow open and get open for the community.
With the exception of the few folks that came in and gave public comment, the overwhelming majority of feedback that I received was supportive of this. And I think it meets all of our IBID goals. Mobility, all those things you listed. So I'm supportive of another year. With the hope that this connects even more. I mean, it'll make a lot more sense when backyard connects everything too. And the more you get people using it now, those are going to be early adopters and users of the whole system when it's up and running.
Plowing from this year.
It'd be great if we could see how many people were using it.
We have trail numbers, right?
Yeah, we just have to, I mean, derap and just make sure we get.
Yeah. I know they're already up and down the whole red path. In the summer, but it's just. But yeah, I'm also, and I totally agree, I don't think anybody's commuting from over there to Main Street by any means, but getting them off of the dam road, I think it's giving a safe option regardless of what they're doing. Especially given light of the events on Summer Boulevard last season and what we're doing to invest in making that safer. To have an option doesn't put people on private property or on the dam road. I think it's kind of incumbent on us to do that for mobility because it's our goal. So that's why I'm in support of it. Just dam road's a scary spot and it's only getting busier. So that's why I'm good to keep things back. Anyone else on this? I've got it. There's a lot. Given that we're here finally, thank you all for that feedback. Looking forward to updates on the EA for the backyard. And to the cold right down Main Street again for lobby.
No, we know you still want that to happen, so.
We'll get me the dust off my notice. All right, thank you all. We will read.
It's just.
Right.
It's just not working.
Like, yeah, it's so cool. I love that show. Yeah. Stacy, the microphone seemed really working tonight, really worky.
Sorry.
Technology. See if it's nicer to us tonight than last mass meeting. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the regular session of the Frisco Town Council. Can I have the roll call, please?
And then online, Burley. Mortensen.
Here.
Blanco. Held. Green is absent. Aronson.
Here.
And Incan,
Here.
also here.
Great, thank you. First up on this evening's agenda is public comment. If you wish to make public comment, may do so now. Please be topic specific for anything that is not on this evening's agenda. Please limit your comments to no longer than 3 minutes and state your name and address for the record. If you're joining us online, you can raise your hand and unmute yourself and I will call on you. If not, if you're in chambers, please come to the dais. Yep, go for it.
Hello.
Evening.
I'm Taylor. I live over at 300 Granite Street. We, the board of the HOA there, have come to make some public comments about the Granite Street, project that's going on currently. I imagine some of you are aware, we kind of park head-in parking very close to our units, and we've done that for a very long time. And this plan adjusts a lot of that. We've talked a few times with some of the planners and such, and it didn't feel like we're getting, too far along, at least not where we, are starting to feel less nervous about our parking. So that's why we're here to make some comments. Generally, the comments are around safety and just our ability to access our units. Our parking used to be, originally in the original plan, 50 years ago was behind our units, but that's not an option anymore. So the couple of issues is we actually chalked out, where the bike path is going to go and et cetera. And it's just a couple, like literally a couple steps, 2 steps from our door. And then there's a bike lane with people zipping by. E-bikes are going to make that lane going faster. That did sound like something that you all were willing to kind of push away from our units a little bit by shrinking like the buffer, the green space, between the bike path and the road. So that would help a little bit, but I'm here to ask for maybe 3 things. So there's a giant island of concrete down on 3rd and Granite where I think that was necessary from talking to some of the planners, that the way the road dog legs a little bit over there, that was necessary. But now that it kind of shifts within the block between 2nd and 3rd, that's not needed as much, but there's still a monster pad of concrete there. And if that can be shrunk, and if we can change our parking to head in, that would allow us to line up parking in front of our units. Right now, nobody's by their unit and everybody, people are parking down the block. So the other thing that's particularly important for me, I live on an N unit and I have property on the N unit, and I have a driveway, and I would like a curb cut, but I have not seen plans anywhere that have a curb cut there, which really, cuts off my complete access to my driveway. And that's unit number 1, 300 Granite. So it's the N unit on the east side. And also just, I guess, pulling at your guys' heartstrings a little bit, because I'm here. Part of my main hobby, what I love to do is just tinker with vehicles, and that's what I do. And that I bought the property, that location, my driveway there is how I do it. Got a little shed. I couldn't afford a garage or place with a garage, so that's kind of where I am. So please, please, please may I have a curb cut in front of 300 Granite unit number 1. That's generally kind of all that I had. I've lived in the county, not in the county, I've lived in Frisco for 25 years. I've owned there for 23 years. So that is my life, that my lifestyle, the way I can almost identify as a Frisco resident, likes to tinker on cars and such. So not to mention, I can't really afford to pay anybody else to do it just because. So I am one of the workforce of Frisco. I work in Frisco. So that's all I had. Thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Good evening. I am Dr. James Fanning, PhD in engineering. And I guess I have combed through this design, looked at all the AutoCAD, gone through all the drawings. Oh, I'm sorry. I live at 300 Granite, Unit 6. Get it right for the record. Been there for 22 years. This is my home. I'm registered in the county, all those good things, but I live there. My concern is your 30% design is not a 30% design. I realize that you're going to go for funding here pretty soon, put out a bid for 31 to 100% design, spend more of my taxpayer dollars on that. I'm here to tell you, you're not at 30% design. This design that you have, and I'll publish this for you, has a bike lane going within 8 feet of my front door, all of our front doors. So when my grandson runs out into this thing and gets run over either by a weekend Tour de France expert riding their bikes at 30 miles an hour down this street, or e-bikes with a bunch of tourists that haven't been on an e-bike forever, blazing down this street and run over my kid, I'm not going to be happy. You guys got a safety problem and you got a large liability problem. I say 8 feet, it's actually more like 6. I think I could get hit by the handlebar of somebody running on that yellow line right there. Okay, problem, privacy. This is what that looks like looking out my front window. I'm going to complete loss of privacy in my own home because of where this bike lane is landed. But I'd be far more concerned. We have 3 parking spots. By code, we have 3 bedrooms. We have to have 3 parking spots. Your design takes away at least one of them. You're violating your own code. This all comes from your DWF AutoCAD drawings. I'm not making any of this up. I'm simply visualizing what it looks like. You're planning on putting in parking. Turns out you're planning on 132 parking spots. We counted them. On a busy weekend, I can almost tell you, you're going to have maybe 4 people in a car on the average. So you're going to release over 500 people on Granite Street. That is a residential street. I'm not going to be people milling around, people getting in the way, garbage, crime. You're going to have people sitting on our front porch, changing oil in their chains and getting ready to go on a bike ride. It is a residential street and you're turning it into the city's parking lot. I can see that by the lights, the garbage cans, the nice trees and all the grass you want to put in there. Make it look pretty. It's a problem for the people in my home. Okay. I don't consider you getting a 30% design until you get the satisfaction of the taxpayers and the residents on Granite Street up and down. And certainly at 300 Granite, what you have here is completely unacceptable. We've been to all public meetings. We've met, on our invite, have met with the planners 3 times. Never been asked back, never presented any kind of remediation on this problem. So what I don't want to see is you think you're going to go to the next bidder, give them a 30% design. I'm a chief engineer. I'm going to go 31 to 100. And right now, that's not a 30% design. It's unsafe. It's got a lot of liability for you guys when people get run over. So I want you to consider this and get serious about fixing the problem. I want to see the AutoCAD drawing fixed. If it's not on paper, it doesn't exist. Most of my work is all government. If it's not written down, it doesn't exist. So we need it documented. We need a good change that makes sense. Okay. So as an engineer, I'll just add, if I was to do this, I'd build this prototype. I would come in front of each one of your residents' homes, put in a sample bike path and get a couple e-bike guys running 8 feet from your front door. Have your wife walk out there with some groceries. Okay. It's dangerous. Please fix it. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jeff Connolly. I'm in 300 Granite Street, Unit 8. I'm here to talk about the proposed Granite Street redesign. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Like Jim and like Taylor, I'm a full-time resident. I've lived in Frisco for 15 years. Full-time now, we've retired, both my wife and I. Last year, we're voting, we're registered to vote in the county. We're both very active in the community. My wife, April, is on the planning committee. She couldn't be here tonight because she had a dental procedure today. I'm on the Summit County Budget Advisory Committee. We volunteer frequently with the FDRD. We're proud Frisco and Summit County residents. Like you, we've seen Frisco grow while keeping its small town welcoming character. As part of this growth, we've seen firsthand on Granite Street, the increased parking challenges this growth brings, especially at large events where visitors start to spill over to Granite and Galena. Now that there's less parking available on Main Street. As involved citizens, homeowners, voting residents, we want to work with the team, with the town. We want to work with the town to make this redesign work for everybody involved. Representatives from our Townhome Association have attended all the Granite Street public forums. We've met 3 times with town planners. We brought several detailed design options to the table, optimizing what we believe to be the safest and most effective plans that will also accommodate the 8 units and 24 bedrooms of the Frisco 8 townhomes. We've asked town planners to walk the property with us with Jim's designs, but that invitation was not accepted. We've asked the town planners to walk the property with us. We've offered to work with the design team. And I'm at this meeting today because we don't believe we've seen an appropriate update to the 30% design plan based on our feedback on the safety, accessibility, and concerns of the Frisco 8 specifically parking situation. In case you're not aware, the Frisco 8 Townhome Association has managed the upkeep and snow removal of the lot in front of our house for 50 years. That includes paving, repairing, and snow removal. As part of my understanding is that the town code provides that residents will be allocated 3 parking spaces per bedroom. My understanding is also that the 30% plan does not accommodate even that code as Jim has mentioned. We would like to request that you do not approve the current 30% plan and instead agree to meet with us at the property and review the options, address the special needs of our townhome. That's my time. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. Thank you very much.
Okay, hello, council members. Thanks for the opportunity to address you today. I'm Julie Shapiro, 545 McKees Way here in Frisco. And I've been serving on the Summit School District Board of Education by appointment since June 2022, and I'm running for election to the board this fall. I'm just here to introduce myself briefly to you all as an individual candidate, so I'm not speaking on behalf of the board or the district. A little bit about me. I'm a parent of a 3rd grader at Frisco Elementary School who's very excited to visit here. I think it was a week or 2 ago. Told me all about how she spoke to the mayor. I'm an employee at a local nonprofit, a collaborative problem solver, and a professional mediator and facilitator. I moved to Colorado's mountains 20 years ago to teach kids in K through 12 about outdoor science and natural science outside. And I've stayed to work on natural resource policy and raise a family. And I've been here in Frisco since 2010. I serve on the Board of Education, and I want to continue to serve because I truly believe in the positive power of public education to foster thriving kids and thriving communities. I'm a champion for public education that's academically rigorous, intellectually engaging, and that results in academic and personal success for all of our students, including those whose needs are not currently being met. To these ends, in the time I've been on the board, we've been actively focused on many fronts, including supporting students struggling with reading and math, improving student attendance throughout the district, and enhancing our work on post-secondary pathways and career training, just to name a few. I'm a champion of safety and belonging for all of our students and meaningful engagement of families and community members, including our Hispanic community. I'm an advocate for district-wide strategic alignment and accountability grounded in clear goals and data. And I'm committed to fiscal responsibility, along with enhanced investments in professional development, competitive pay, and housing solutions for our teachers and staff. We have a lot of work to do, and I've been really clear on that in my time on the board. And at the same time, we have a lot to be proud of. Last year's graduates went all over the state, the country, and the globe. They won honors and scholarships in academics, sports, theater, culinary arts, military scholarships, and more. Our district was just recognized for the best pre-collegiate program in the state in support of our first and family college attendees. At the elementary level, we are celebrating multiple significant improvements in the state's determined school performance ratings. And we're also implementing exciting STEM, outdoor ed, and dual language programming. I truly believe that as a school district and a broader community, to reach our goals, we have to be team-oriented and solution-oriented. We have to work together and be supportive of each other. And I'm grateful for the partnerships that our county, towns, schools, and communities have. So I want to thank you for your time and listening to me tonight, as well as for your support of our schools. And I'll just close with a reminder to everyone to please register and vote this fall. Thanks.
I have, and they're a little bent, so apologize. Good evening. Thanks for the chance to be here. My name is Jason Berman. I live at 671 Gold Dust. I'm a Frisco resident, a parent of 2 children enrolled at Frisco L, and a Frisco dog owner. I'm here tonight to persuade you to install a new dog park in our community. Currently, we do not have a dog park, and one unintended consequence is that tourists and second homeowners and a fair number of locals are starting to use the Frisco L playground as an unofficial dog park. For the past 3 years, I've been coaching soccer on the fields at Frisco L. I spend a lot of time there, and I have friends that live across the street from the school. We see dogs running in this fenced area all the time. I don't need to tell you how frustrating it is when a 6-year-old comes up to you in the middle of practice with poop caked on their shoe from a negligent dog owner. There are signs that say no dogs, but the school is unable to enforce these rules 24/7, so the issue persists. The use of this area as an unofficial dog park has created a number of problems, including dog poop and urine on the field and playground, which is a health hazard, for children, increased wear and tear on the playground and the equipment, and increased noise and disruption for nearby residents. A dedicated dog park would be a valuable asset to this community. Here are a few of the obvious benefits of a dog park. Improved dog socialization. Dog parks provide a safe and supervised environment for dogs to socialize with other dogs. This can help reduce anxiety and aggression in dogs. Excuse me. I hate public speaking. Increased physical activity. Dog parks give dogs a chance to run and play off leash. This is important for their physical and mental health. Reduce stress for dog owners. Dog parks can help to reduce stress for dog owners by providing them with a place to take their dogs where they can run and play freely. And increase community engagement. Dog parks are a place for dog owners to gather and socialize. This can help to build a stronger sense of community. Let's talk about community. This issue has been something our community has been asking for a long time. In March of 2020, when Lou's Design held meetings with the community stakeholders as they worked to complete the PRA Comprehensive Vision Plan, the top 3 desired recreational amenities for the PRA, the Peninsula Rec area, which I'm sure you guys know, is ice skating rink, biathlon range, and a dog park. I'd like to remind the council that the work needed to identify a suitable area has already been done for us. The area known as the Boneyard was identified in the PRA master plan as a suitable area for this. In fact, over 91% of the people that commented specifically about this area want it converted back to recreational use. So I understand that there are some initial setup costs associated with building a dog park. We need parking, we need fencing, we need poop stations. However, I believe that the benefits outweigh the costs. A dog park would be a valuable investment in our community. It would improve the quality of life for both residents and visitors alike, and would also reduce the use of other areas in our town as pop-up dog parks. I urge you to review your budget for 2024 and make plans to include a new dog park in our community. I believe a dedicated dog park would be a valuable asset. It'd provide a safe and responsible place for dog owners to let their dogs exercise and socialize, and would help to reduce the problems that are currently being caused by dogs using elementary school playgrounds. Let's do it for our kids. All right. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Others wishing to make public comment this evening, or anyone online? None online.
Yes,
Yeah, oh, sorry, Paul online. Go ahead, Paul.
oh, thank you. I was just trying to come on. Okay. I know I got 3 minutes, so I'm trying to, anyway, my name's Paul Del Grego. I'm, at, unit 302 in Timberland Cove along the bike path. And this is a discussion regarding the plowing that started to occur last year as a pilot program. We like the open discussion, we listened to it, and there's a lot of good points made. But we do have some points that we'd like to make in contention with some of the comments that were made, because we're out there, we actually go out on the lake every day, about 2 miles on that rec path. So we ran into that. We did a petition because we ran into all these people that did not want to plow. And we spoke to over 200 people, and you asked about if you had some kind of numbers. Well, we tried to present those numbers to you. We did a petition, we handed it to the board, and we really believe that this path does not provide any connectivity and less mobility. The Dillon Dam Road that it goes out to is obviously a road, it's a highway. There's one condo complex on the other side of the road. And the Dillon Path, that once you get into Dillon, is not plowed at all. And we used to use that. So we can't get to that now, cross-country skiing on the path or any other access that is winter activities. All the ones you know that's why people are here in the winter. So second, the bicycling, there are very few bicycles and it's not bicycle friendly. It's very snowy. It is probably the highest wind in the town. And that wind off the lake, once they plow it, it goes onto the bike path and it makes it icier. I've been on the bike path for 6 years. What before or 5 years before it was actually plowed, never had an ice issue. So and the other thing about connectivity, it's 2 miles out of the way. People really want to get to work and get the thing, they'll go the other way. Walkers, there were walkers, and they're for pleasure. Again, the ones that we knew and some of the ones that were in our condos and whatnot came to us when they signed it, and after they signed it, came to us and said, we don't want to go out there anymore. And we used to go all the time, snowshoeing, cross-country skiing. It's a winter area. We're just really surprised that many of the town council feel that this is because of this connectivity, which we don't see, it's wow. So anyway, we just hope you guys can change your mind on this. Just some other areas, every time it snowed, there were giant payloaders out. And there was one person taking about an hour to snowplow the bridge. That's the one bridge that's on that access. I don't understand why you would have to plow the whole thing just to have access to the bridge. And the bridge hasn't been plowed. The only time we had issues with the bridge, which we were there, we told people, bikers during the summer have issues with the bridge because it's gotten loose or whatever, and we actually called in, somebody broke their hip on it. So we know we've had other people now in the winter that have fallen and have injuries, and even dogs have had injuries. So we know it's not a usable mobility wise.
And Paul, you're coming up on 3 minutes. So if you can finish up your thoughts, we'd appreciate it.
So if you cannot groom it, stop the plowing and let us all enjoy the winter activities that the rec path offers. Thank you. And we really hope you consider that not to plow this and until you can groom it. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Any additional public comments this evening? Yep.
Name, David Rowling, 123 Rose Crown Circle, adjacent to the pathway. And I would only ask, consider separating the two conversations, the Han Drive to Larson from the lakeside. I live literally, my property is adjacent to the pathway. And there is a ton of pedestrian traffic on it, which is great. 2/3 of them have dogs, 3/4 of the traffic in the summer appears in the winter as well. So I'd ask that you not necessarily lump the two together. If you decide to do or not do something with the area along the lake, please consider a separate set of needs and requirements and usage that occurs inside the residential areas.
Thank you. Well, public comment this evening. None in chambers, none online. I will close public comment. I appreciate everyone taking the time. Next up this evening is mayor and council comments. No, thank you. Appreciate it. I have a few. One, I've had a busy government week as reference of all of my letters, and I know that many town staff has as well, but I've gotten to spend a lot of time with our elementary school students this week, either showing them around town hall or going over to the elementary school. And it's a pretty fascinating part of this job to see what little kiddos want to know about government. And it was really rewarding. And it's nice that there's still that much passion in this community and excitement around what we're doing. And what they focus on is great to keep in context too. And I can tell you our park plan is really hitting the right demographic. So that was an honor to be able to do that and talk with all of them. Also as an alumni of that school, it's pretty neat to go back there and wander the halls a little bit. And on top of that, I also had the great fortune that Senator Bennett asked if Mayor Mandela from Breckenridge and I would join him in climbing Quandary on Saturday. And we did that to show him what the Camp Hale National Monument encompasses. He'd never been up a 14er. So some of his staff and his family and some state representatives also joined us. And it's pretty inspiring to take people up who've never been to a 14er, but one that's in your backyard, be able to show them the lands that they were able to protect at a national level that are right out our front door. So that was pretty remarkable. And it's always nice to know that Frisco actually makes a little bit of a dent and makes a little bit of noise in Washington, DC as well. And they hear us and we have a voice, and that's great. And so I think we should remember that as we move forward in all that we do. So that is all I have to say. Others, Andy or Rick online? Good. Next
Hunter, I'd
up-
be remiss, since you brought up your efforts with the third grade. I just want to say publicly how much I loved the picture of you having to explain an org chart to a group of third graders. And the fact that you did it with a smile, even though that one child was yawning, the biggest yawn in the picture. I didn't take that as a statement of your effort to explain the org chart to them. So great job.
They were surprisingly interested in the org chart.
That's
Except
because
for
it
one.
was Hunter
Except for a
explaining it.
couple.
Thank you for looking at that picture in greater detail than I did. And if there are no other council comments on to any staff updates.
Hunter, I got
Did I
one
have
quick-
today?
Sorry, Rick, go ahead.
That's okay. Pardon me, Tom. I can't resist. It's open, people. Aftermath. Go check it out. Everyone's super excited. I describe them as the flattest uphill trails you'll ever ride to get to it. So congrats and thank you for everyone's hard work and getting everything open up out on the peninsula. That's all.
Thanks, Rick. Okay.
The only thing I had to mention is to reiterate that there is a scrap tour and a discussion about producer responsibility around recycling and trash coming on October 4th. between 9:30 a.m. and 2 p.m. I believe Andy Aronson's going. There'll be legislators there to talk about these issues as well, because some of that is state legislation. So if any of the other council members want to attend, please let me know and we'll get you in on that.
Next up this evening is the consent agenda.
Mayor, I move the approval of the consent agenda.
Approved by Councilmember Burley. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Held. Any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Inkin.
Yes.
Mortensen.
Yes.
Skrepcheck Adrian is absent. Aronson.
Yes.
Burley.
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
Palenko.
Yes.
Consent agenda passes. Thank you. Next up this evening's new business. This is agenda item number 1. This is discussion of potential action concerning future adoption of proposed 1041 regulations. I'll open up the public hearing. Turn it over to staff and our town attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You have in front of you a set of proposed guidelines and regulations for activities of state interest. Those are also known as 1041 regulations. Councilor Burley had asked that I go through these line by line, the 74 pages, but I thought to save time, maybe I'd give a more
Just for
general.
punctuation.
More general. And then take any questions. As council knows, the council has discussed the possibility of 1041 regulations twice now in work sessions this year. The first time was a general sort of 50,000 foot level discussion of the history of the statute that authorizes these regulations, their use in other locations, the potential scope of regulations, and we also discussed advantages and potential disadvantages to adopting the regulatory scheme. So that was work session number 1. That was interesting going forward. So at the next work session, we drilled down on of the 7 or 8 categories of activities of state interest, which ones did the council desire to adopt regulations and establish a permitting regime for. The result of that work session was direction to prepare regulations concerning 4 major activities of state interest. The first being site selection and construction of major new domestic sewage treatment systems and major extensions of existing domestic sewage treatment systems. The second is site selection and construction of major facilities of a public utility. The third category is the site selection of arterial highways and interchanges and collector highways. And then fourth is the site selection of rapid or mass transit facilities. We discussed the fact, and just by way of background for those who weren't privy to that, those work session discussions, 1041 regulations have been in Colorado statutes for decades. They originated, it's sort of counterintuitive, right? Here we are, a locality, a municipality, talking about adopting regulations that concern activities of state interest. And the reason the nomenclature is so strange compared to where the regulatory authority is placed is that in its original form, these 1041 regulations put all of this regulatory authority in the state land board. So it makes sense, right? There's an activity of state interest that was then given to the state land board. But in its final version that was adopted into statute, that state land board was replaced and authorization was given to local governments, both counties and municipalities, to identify activities of state interest. And after having done so, to regulate them, engage in permitting processes for them, both pursuant to the criteria that exist in the statute for those decisions, and in addition to other criteria that may be more stringent than those that are contained in the statute. So that's what these regulations are. They are a set of regulations that designate these areas of activities of state interest, establish a permitting regime. Anyone who wants to engage in one of these activities has to come to the town, make an application, ultimately get a permit approved through the requisite process. The regulations break themselves into, I guess I would say, 3 distinct sections. The first is administration and enforcement. It states the purposes, it states applicability, it states exceptions, it states the authority for the regulations. The second chapter or article is the permit regulations itself. And that second chapter applies to every application for any permit made under this, under these sets of regulations. And they dictate both submittal requirements, documents and information is to be submitted with respect to every application, and review criteria that apply to every single application. It adopts the review criteria of the state statute, but then in addition makes lots more that are more stringent. Then there are 4 distinct chapters, so and each one dealing with one of these distinct areas. And within each of those chapters, then there are additional or supplemental application materials that are expected to be submitted with respect to that particular use. And then there are separate decisional criteria. So in addition to the general criteria that get applied to every application, these specific criteria get applied to applications, for instance, with regard to the new domestic sewage treatment system. The regulations also provide that with respect to any hearings that are I should back up. The statute requires that a permitting authority be designated. This proposal designates town council as that permitting authority. It has the final review and approval authority for any applications other than minor staff approved applications. If you read the ordinance of the proposed regulations, you'll see that something can really only get staff approved if it's not going to have any impact. I mean, it's so minor as to be not of interest to anyone. Otherwise, it's going to come through the normal permitting process. As I said, while the town council is the ultimate arbiter of applications and makes the ultimate decision, the proposed regulations provide that the planning commission holds the initial hearings and then makes a recommendation on that application, either for approval with conditions, or denial. The town council makes the ultimate decision. There are provisions, as you might expect, similar to our zoning code or our land development code, that require applicants to establish development review deposits, monies that the town would need to primarily to hire experts or engineers to review and provide information to the decision makers about what it is that is being proposed. So there are those provisions, and there are provisions that concern then security for the town to ensure that whatever permit have been approved and whatever conditions those permit exist, there are means of enforcing them through monetary security. I think that's a pretty general but complete description of the regulations. I'm happy to turn to them. The request is that there be a motion, if there is a desire to go forward with these regulations, either as proposed or as may be amended or revised based on council's comments this evening. Then my request is that a motion to that effect be made and that staff be directed to prepare for the public hearing and post the appropriate notice, actually publish the appropriate notices under statutory requirements. Ultimately, these will be adopted by way of an ordinance. They would be an appendix to our Unified Development Code. But because of the state statutory requirements, the process is just a little different than a normal ordinance. In this instance, there needs to be some general consensus as to the regulations that will be considered on first reading. We provide a 30-day notice and we tell the world, hey, if you want to come in and look at the regulations in their current draft form, here's where you go to do that. So that's the next step. It's sort of, it's a normal ordinance process plus this one meeting to get the whole thing started. With that, I'm happy to begin the line by line review or take questions.
Missing a period on page 3. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I think we'll go to questions, and then if fosters more conversation, we'll go to line by line review. So questions for that. Covered them all during our.
So I don't have a question for Thad, but maybe the group, because I missed part of the second work session. What, if any, discussion was there around the activities of state interest related to water projects? and development of new communities. Those two seem to have some, well, water projects, just given transbasin diversions and water issues in general, but new communities, given proposals for land use preemption, et cetera.
Oh, well, new communities, it has to be within our boundaries.
Okay.
So I don't know what new community is used by the statute, and the statutory sense would be established within our boundaries. These are not regulations that we'd be able to apply, for instance,
To adjacent
to adjacent
communities, okay,
communities.
okay.
Correct. There was discussion on water projects. But the thought, I think, was that we would be regulating ourselves. And in terms of trans basin or mountain diversions, you're gonna pick that up under major major facilities and public utilities.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
so the thought was, we don't want to regulate we don't want to put ourselves through this, why we consider these things when we do our own water projects.
Okay.
But so that was a discussion.
So going back to the new communities though, preemption of local land use proposals. So specifically like SB 213 from
Yes.
last legislative session, like, is there an opportunity here for us to use 1041 as a tool in those
No,
no, okay.
I don't think so, because those conversations are about dictating to municipalities, localities, what their zoning codes will provide if they don't provide already. I don't think that is going to meet the definition of new communities, right, being regulated by 1041 regulations. And it's also, you're not regulating an activity. Here, you're looking to regulate, I guess, a regulation on the part of the state. The way to go after that is our home rule authority,
Okay.
saying you don't have the authority to tell us to do this in the first place. Thank you very much. But I don't think this is a means to get there.
What an intriguing question, though.
Yeah, it is an interesting question. I just don't think we plugged it there. I mean, there's no activity to Senate Bill 213. What's the activity? Nobody's proposing to build anything. It just says your code, if it allows single family use, is also going to allow this and so on.
So if that were to be the law of the land,
Yes.
so to speak, and somebody came in to propose a development, it would, could it, I mean, I guess I'm just,
It's our community, it's our zoning code. There's nothing new
Okay.
about it. I mean, that's the thing. You're not creating a new community here. You're, for lack of more polite terms, we're getting land use regulations.
The difference
Crammed down
would
our
be
throat.
if a state entity was authorized by law to come in and build something that
Absolutely, yeah.
superseded your land use authority, then you could go after them under
And-
1041.
So you're creating a new community. If it met the size requirement, of the state statute, then yes.
Without passing 1041, we wouldn't have the ability at that point.
You got my mind racing now. Other questions before we go to public comment and back to discussion? Injury, nope. Now open this particular agenda item up for public comment at this time. If you're online, you can unmute. Seeing none online. Not in chambers, I'll close public comment and back to council discussion. As again, as Thad said, we've got kind of two questions. Do we want to pursue this and go on to the public hearing aspect of the regulations, and then any amendments that we haven't discussed in work session that are in the proposed language in the packet? So, and I
And
think
this
it's,
is not the last shot at amendments.
nope.
It's just, is this what we want to put out to the world, and then consider with 2 readings of an ordinance that obviously if you change.
And at this time, I feel good about what we've discussed and where these get us. And I like where your thought process was. Sounds like it doesn't get us anywhere. So like that one another day.
In particular, though, we've got exit 203 that, you know, this would at least give us potentially some leverage over if the state decides they wanted to do something that we didn't agree with, and or we
felt needed more regulation, right? And that's otherwise, at this point, I don't know that there's that many things coming up that, you know, this would affect us. Like we're already doing the Colorado Workforce Center.
I mean, mostly it's just
doing CDOT.
an insurance policy for those things we aren't aware of, but we don't have to look like we're being reactionary to something that is proposed. We're being proactive and saying, we don't know what the future brings, but we want to at least protect the town and its sense of community that we've worked hard to establish.
I mean, you do have state regulated utilities that come through Frisco, which could be a concern in the future.
Yeah.
I think you already know the answer, but I'm gonna ask anyway. So we talk a lot about statewide concern. This is state legislation. But what, if any, I guess the monument in our backyard, the federal government's monument, and any associated management of that, whether it's by the feds or, again, not predicting something that's being proposed right now, but just, you know, could the state somehow get involved with, I mean, I don't know, like there's this looming monument in our backyard and we don't really know a whole lot about it right now. And it is, how could this play a role in that story?
Unless some part of that monument was proposed within our jurisdictional boundaries, it can't. These
Right, okay, it keeps coming back to this jurisdictional boundary. All right, thank you. Yep. Okay.
The county could adopt regulations, and if the state got involved, right, because you're gonna have a hard time reaching the feds on their property.
Right. Okay.
Does Andy have any input here?
So thank you for the question, but no, we've done this. Let's go. Let's do this. I'm actually not sure why there's so much hesitation, because we're not tracking new territory. This is done in so many jurisdictions, not every, but that any state agency that's coming into here and says we have it, it's just another town that has it. It's not, you know, I think it's just part of state development in Colorado now. So my view is let's do it.
Thanks. Anybody not in support of moving this forward? Motion, if something.
Okay, yeah, you have to remind me, the motion is to
Proceed to public hearing in accordance with state statutory requirements to adopt these regulations.
bad.
Get that down.
Or something like that.
Yeah. What he said, no. Mr. Mayor, I move for agenda item number 1, that we move to a public hearing in accordance with the state statutory requirements for 1041 regulations.
Move to approve. By Councilmember Burley, is there a second? Second by Councilmember Helenko. Is there any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Helenko. Yes. Inkin.
Yes.
Mortensen.
Yeah.
Skrepchek Adrian is absent. Aronson.
Yes.
Burley.
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
Passes.
Hunter, can I ask a question of, we've talked about a public hearing. Who is that in front of?
Like all. Same as the one same as every meeting. It's just we have to put it on 2 more agendas moving forward. So, yep. Next up this evening's agenda, item number 2. This is the Board of Appeals reappointments. I'll open up the public hearing, turn it over to staff, and Rick coming in from the back row. I don't know what's wrong with the front row.
Cool kids.
Cool
They're all
kids
cool
table.
kids.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, Council. This is agenda item number 2, which is a reappointment of the Board of Appeals. And the Frisco Municipal Code and the International Building Code both require the establishment and appointments of a Board of Appeals.
And the primary function is to hear and decide orders or decisions or questions of decisions made by administration of municipal codes and building codes. The prior board has expired. The appointment is for a 3-year term, and those have recently expired. So this is asking for reappointment for a new board. The prior board consisted of Dan McCreary, who is here tonight, Pete Campbell, and Colette Smith. Staff has reached out to each of those, and they have all agreed to volunteer for another reoccurring term for the next 3 years. The board has not met in almost 14 years.
Lucky you.
I'm on the wrong board.
However, again, the codes require the existence of the board, and that if an appeal did come up, we need to have the board in place to process that appeal in a timely manner. So yeah, the staff recommends reappointment of Dan McCreary, Pete Campbell, and Colette Smith to the Board of Appeals.
Any questions?
You foresee any appeals?
Yeah.
Don't foresee any appeals, hopefully. I do take that as a testament to staff's ability to work with our constituents and our clients to resolve any issues or disagreements as they come up, and come to constructive resolutions before it goes to that level of an appeal. But the other purposes of the boards can be to run through code adoption recommendations or proposals, and we will be looking at a code adoption within this next 3-year period. So would want to run those proposed amendments past the board and rely on their expertise in recommendations of those amendments.
Something to say, he's unmuted.
Rick, did you have a question?
I'm just getting ready to, nothing to say.
All right. I'll open it up for any public comment. Seeing none in chambers, none online. I'll close public comment. Back to council discussion. I would just say to the 3 members, thank you for being willing, even though it seems like a pretty good job. It's nice that we know that you're out there and willing to do it. And for those who aren't aware, or haven't looked at the packet with their resumes, it is a extremely well qualified board with the former inspector and 2 very well known and respected builders within our community. So I feel like we're in good hands just in case something may come up in the future. So, but I greatly appreciate the 3 of you involvement in the community in this way. So thank you all greatly. The glasses.
I have to, but I also don't remember exactly what to say. Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve on first reading
The reappointment.
the reappointment of the Board of Appeals members.
Move to approve the reappointment by Councilmember Helenko. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Helds. Any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Yes.
Helenko,
Yes.
Inkin,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Scripchick Adrian is absent, Aaronson,
Yes.
Burley.
Yes.
They are all reappointed. Thank you, Rick. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate
you.
your service. You're always invited. We're here every other Tuesday. Yeah. Next up, moving to old business. This is agenda item number 3. This is second reading of ordinance 23-24, an ordinance amending chapter 180 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Frisco concerning the Unified Development Code by amending section 180-4.0 2.4.2 concerning rezoning to a planned unit development. And section 180-4.3 concerning planned unit development overlay district to provide for a rezoning for the overlay district based upon the construction of workforce housing. Open up the public hearing, turn over staff. Okay, perfect. And no changes from the first reading. Any questions that have come up since we last met for staff? Questions? I'll open it for public comment. You wish to make public comment this evening on this particular agenda item? None online, none in chambers. I'll close public comment. Back to council.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the second reading of ordinance 23-24.
Move to approve on second reading by Councilmember Held. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Helenko. Any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Blanco. Yes. Incan.
Yes.
Mortensen.
Yes.
Scripcheck Adrian is absent. Aaronson.
Yes.
Passes. Thank you, Kate. Appreciate it. Next up is agenda item number 4. This is second reading of ordinance 23-23, an ordinance approving an agreement with the Public Service Company of Colorado, Excel, and a grant of easement to Excel for the provision of infrastructure for an electric vehicle charging station at the town's public works facility located at 102 School Road. Open up the public hearing, turn over staff. Mr. Goble, good to
No
see you.
changes since first reading. I'm here to answer any questions.
Perfect. Any additional questions? Hearing no questions from council. I will open this up for public comment. Let's make public comment on this agenda item. Seeing none online, none in chambers. Let's public comment back to council.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve ordinance 23-23 on the second reading.
Move to approve by Councilmember Held. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Burley. Is there a discussion on the motion? Hearing none, call the question, please.
Aaronson.
Yes.
Burley.
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
Palenko.
Yes.
Incan.
Yes.
Mortensen.
Yes.
Scripcheck Adrian is absent.
Great. This motion passes on second reading.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up this evening's agenda item number 5. This is second reading of ordinance 23-25 and an ordinance approving service agreement with a grant of easement to Comcast Cable Communications Management LLC, each in connection with the provision for wiring for cable television and internet service at Granite Park Housing Project. I'll open up the public hearing. Over to staff. Good evening, Addison.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. What they said. There have been no changes made. I'm here to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. No changes since first reading. Questions for staff? I just think the important one, because I did have a question from someone in town that that this does not lock in that they will be the only way to get this service. And there are other, it's not a sole source contract. Somebody at some point in time can do other internet. If there was something else out there, they're welcome to it. So, yep, I just wanted to reiterate that. That'll open up for public comment. Anyone wish to make public comment? Do so now. Seeing none online or in chambers, I'll close public comment back to council.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve on second reading ordinance 23-25.
It's been moved and approved by Councilmember Burley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Helenko. Any discussion on the motion? Question.
Scripcheck Adrian is absent. Aaronson.
Yes.
Burley. Held.
Yes.
Palenko.
Yes.
Incan.
Yes.
Mortensen.
Yes. This motion also passes on second reading. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next up this evening is an executive session.
Unless it's different.
Nope.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I move that we move into executive session pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute Section 24-6-402 (4) concerning the potential purchase of certain real property by the town and the potential sale of other real property owned by the town, and pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402 (4) (e), to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, to develop strategy for negotiations, and to instruct negotiators, each in connection with the potential construction of affordable housing projects on the real property that may be purchased and the real property that may be sold.
Move to enter into executive session by Councilmember Burley. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Held. Is there any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Smith Place, Aaronson,
Yes.
Sarah Adrian is absent, Burley,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Kalenko, Incan.
Yes.
Take 5 minutes. Rick and Andrew will see you on another Zoom in a second. Getting a lot of support from online.